but also to develop it and to walk in it. And so I just think it would be really powerful. I know it will be really powerful to have an army of people who are coming alive to why God created them, because that's where your favor is going to be. That's where your miracles are going to be. That's where your anointing is going to be. And so anything we do at Zion has to wind up in the city. You know, the church exists for the sake of the world, right? Jesus didn't just die so we could go to church on Sunday, right? There's a whole world that he wants to know. He wants them to know what he's really like. And so I see coaching as people coming alive to that aspect of God in them. And so a church begins to do that. And you can see just the effect that would have on a city, of people beginning to get into their positions of influence, to get into their right fit. But I would see the day when kind of another level above that was then when our church begins to get a reputation of, if you want to discover why God put you here on earth, you need to go to that church. That's like level 2, okay? Reputation begins to build. Influence begins to happen. People are becoming bright light and strong salt in the city in the right places for the right reasons. But then I would like to see it get to the point where there's a coaching culture that begins to get into like our elementary schools and even junior high schools, where the Lord gives us not only a grace but a language to be able to communicate kingdom principles. We don't have to go in there and necessarily preach the gospel, but as we begin to help them come alive to why God created them, is going to connect them to an aspect. I'm sure there'll be lots of people saved, but you see there's sometimes to be overt and sometimes to be covert. And if we can begin to help them tap into why God created them, you can imagine a child, they're able to say no to a lot of bad things because they're saying a big yes to the one thing God created them for. And it'll be pulling them on a path. So I would see this as being more than just, oh, this is another church program, so I can find out I'm supposed to be an usher. This you guys remember those from the mid-'90s? You took the spiritual gifts test and you find out, wow, all my gifts are at the church. And so hopefully that lowered the anxiety for some of you people. Are like, hold on, is this the big bait and switch here? And so we believe that probably 90% of people's gifts are for outside the church. And so this is to help you discover that. And so the Lord led me to that program, and I kept hearing this name, Jeff Williams, how he combined this coaching with this marriage piece. And then I just kind of happenstance meeting, you know how the Holy Spirit does those. He was talking to Danny Silk while Danny Silk was here, and I heard him introduce himself as Jeff Williams. I'm like, hold on, you Jeff Williams, the coaching guy? And I just began to grow a relationship here. And so I just know this is really God's timing. And I'm not sure if you sense it, but I really feel like this weekend's bigger than you're thinking. You know, it's going to be awesome for you to begin to take the steps to unlock what's happening inside of you, but we're always blessed to be a blessing. And so, you know, I really believe this is a step forward into what God wants to do in this city. And so I appreciate you being here. This is definitely a room full of leaders. And so thanks for coming. So if you guys will welcome Jeff Williams. Let's go started.
Am I good? Wow. I've been waiting for that teaching my whole life. And my journey to freedom began in 1999. Because I was looking at the church and I was experiencing the church, and I was like, Lord, is this really what you died for? I mean, there's got to be more. And went in search. And wow, I'm just excited about what's taught here in the vision. I love what you said at the last. I love a lot of what you said, Jim. Really, I'd like to keep listening to you for a while. I'm going to go till we're done, okay? I did my due diligence to put this together for about 4 hours, and it's okay with me that we're getting started a little bit late. You've probably been doing some of what I'd love you to do anyhow. You've been talking to each other, asking curious questions, getting to know each other. Why are you here? Are you interested? Who's been having conversations like that up to this point? Good, good. The rest of you, we have more of it soon. This isn't the largest space or the biggest group of people I've ever had the opportunity to talk to, but building on what Jim just said, something bigger than you, I think this is maybe the most important and most strategic opportunity I've ever had to share what God has shown me and given me, because I am absolutely astounded with the few of you I know and what God has put into you, in your hearts, the gifts that you carry, the visions that you have, the passion that is you. Some of you haven't been around Zion at all. Some of you have been around for a while. God's used this to turn your life upside down, and you're moving in a direction of being wholeheartedly surrendered to what he has for you and what he wants for you. Well, it is immeasurably more. So if you can imagine it, when you begin to touch your desires and your dreams and the visions that he has given you and placed in you, because it's him who wills in you to work according to his good purpose, remember Ephesians 3:22. He can do immeasurably more than we can ask or imagine. And some of you have been through seasons of life, and I know I have, where I sketched out on newsprint, and I was like, that's it. And he goes, flip the page. If you can imagine it, there's more. I worked for a long time as a youth counselor, and kids would sometimes say that's impossible. You know, I can't ever reach that far. I'd have them stand up on a chair or stand up on my desk. They thought it was really crazy. So reach for the stars. Reach for the stars from the floor. Can you touch them? No. Get up on my desk and reach for them. You're a little bit closer now. So we're waiting to put up the PowerPoint. I wanted you to have that in order to be able to catch what you can today. Are we good? Are we there? Okay. I'll be able to toggle that in just a second. Your handout just kind of took you through a narrative of what the program is. Don't get lost in reading everything today. Absorb yourself in what you see and what you experience. Coaching is best learned over time through practice and continuing to reiterate your learning by review of notes. Catch what you can. For some of you, this is going to be like a fire hose, getting a drink from a fire hose. It's going by fast and it's high pressure. You can get some water. Don't let it hurt you. You're going to catch different things. Enter into this wherever you are moved to. Coaching respects the right of a person to steward the life that God has given them. We're going to talk about definitions, the discipline of believing in people that engages them where they're motivated to grow or change. Engage this wherever you are. Some have come to taste and see. Some have bought all the books and you're studying them at home. Wherever you are moved to enter in, get onto an on-ramp or get off, that's okay. So catch what you can, make the notes, how to get the most out of today, focus on absorbing the process. We model this. We can't just talk about it. We have to show you as coach trainers what it looks like. And some of you will recognize this from the kinds of conversations that you currently have in your spheres of influence and location and ministry. Many who've gone through this specific training, this genre of Christian coaching, say, this gives me some handles, this gives me some language to describe and what I've been doing for a long time. Okay? Lots of materials. We'll lead you to those. We're going to make some references to the book. Don't feel like you're behind if you haven't read those things. So here comes the PowerPoint. That's good. That's fine. I'll set this aside. Jill, I don't know if you want this laptop, but feel free. Is there a view where I could have a bigger view and then just toggle it? Okay. Well, forgive me if I turn at times, just to make sure. So you just touch the screen that you want, and it puts that up? Okay. So I heard clearly to do well what we do today, and there's a possibility of more to come. If I do well, it will be to give you the basics of what coaching is and how to do it. And we're going to do some demos that will take you through an entire coaching conversation, and from vision to decision on action steps to take. So that's some of what you can expect. This is based on the book Leadership Coaching. It's the Green Book. Some of you have obtained that. There are more available. All of these will be available throughout the year at Zion. They're also on Amazon for softcover. Feel free to give them that way as well, and on Kindle. Pricing for ensuing seminars includes materials. There will be an option also to pay for the seminar without the materials. But we just want you to engage it, invite you to engage the materials when you're motivated and when you desire. I'll talk more about some of them later. Part 2 of Level 1 training is in teleclasses. Some of you have registered for that. The front page handout has more details about that. After the seminar today, you can make adjustments on your training schedule or sign up for more classes. If you don't see one that fits your schedule, let us know what could work, and we will create more sections of that class for you. So today is part 1 of Level 1 skills training. The teleclasses fulfill the completion of Level 1 skills training. And then we go on, that's in the handout, when we do Level 2, when we get into the rest of the calling journey and so forth. The model in coach training is adult learning: tell, show, do, discuss, do. So we'll talk to you a little bit about information. We'll discuss it, questions, show you. You'll go do. We'll come back, feedback, get ready to get on your feet. This will be a little bit of musical chairs today. We'll ask you to get in peer pairs and have some conversations. When the music plays, you talk to each other. When the music goes off, come back to the theater-style seating, and we'll continue in that model. The first and most important thing is to have that experience at those breakout times. Second is restore your comfort needs. Restrooms are out the door and to the left and then on the right. Feel free to get up anytime if you need to restore comfort needs. And the third thing is to socialize with others that you see here. If you prioritize that, you're not going to have the experience in your conversations. We'll see how things go and try to get a mid-morning break in as well. As you hear the demos and as you talk to your peer partner in the exercises, pay attention to the process. You'll be interested in the content. You'll be interested in the uniqueness of what they're sharing with you, but also try to pay attention to the effect of your listening, the effect of your questions. And the one thing you're not allowed to do today is to give an opinion to the person about what they should do about their problem or their solution. If you do that, you won't experience the power of listening to draw the other person out, and the uniqueness of what they think, how they feel, what they want, and will also interfere with revelation and understanding that might be fresh as they listen to themselves talk. Process: Major League Baseball is played the same way every night of the summer. 9 innings, home team bat last. Tied at the end of 9, you go into extra innings. But the content is different. Different cities, different players, different rhythm of the game. Beautiful thing about coaching is the process, the skills are always the same and have different applications and can be useful with any content. So the first thing is to get the process. What is the uniqueness of this process in these skills? Then it is to be interested in the content. Am I matching? Good. We're going across on here, and we're going down on here. So, a little exercise, and move around to be comfortable. If you don't have a peer partner, don't want you to feel awkward. Hold up your hand, look around, get situated with somebody that you can talk to today. I want to introduce a couple of people, and you guys can be floaters for this. So go ahead and identify. Let me introduce a couple of people. So Adam Fleming, if you would stand, Adam. Adam's going to teach a few sections of the teleclass. He's a trained coach, uses coaching and art coaching. If that happens to be of interest to you, find Adam at a break and talk to him. And Adam's also an author. He's written a novel and lots of other interesting things. So Adam's trained in this. He could pair up with somebody as a last resort. I'd like him to float otherwise. Jim Brown, if you would. Jim's a colleague, works with us in Grace and Truth Counseling and Coaching. He's trained in this. He's also a resource. Jim uses coaching in performance coaching and coaches athletes and their parents around issues, all the issues that come around sport, maximizing performance. Thanks, Jim. Jill, are you in the room? Okay, Jill can float too. And these folks can also be floaters during the time if you have a question while you're doing your own exercises. Jill and I get to do marriage coaching and train couples in marriage coaching, if that happens to be of interest. I know it is of some. Beats, Teresa Copa. They know that, come on. Not everybody knows you. All right. Beats and Teresa understand this process. If you have questions about what we're going to go through, they're also midway training in marriage coaching. So if that happens to be of interest, you can talk to them. Jim Brown? Oh, John Brown. I'm pointing to Jim saying John. You guys. So John's also from Springfield. Let me hear it from the Springfield contingent. All right. Yeah, silence is very powerful. Okay. John's also gone through this level 1 training. He's here to observe. He and his wife are also in 3rd level of marriage coach training. Recently took 9 couples through, and church staff made that mandatory for them. Heal, strengthen, protect their own relationships. So these folks are familiar with the process. They can help you in your process as you do some breakout. Okay. Now, what we're going to do, and the slide's on the screen, I'll put the slide on the screen. In about 30 seconds, share your answer to number 1 with your peer. I'll give you about 3 minutes total to do this. And then share what you want from today's Taste and See. And then I'm going to ask for some volunteers to share your responses. We've got one hot mic here. I've got to put it right out here in the middle of the aisle. Oh, Jim's got it. So we can leave it with Jim or in the seat beside him. And what I'd like to ask you to do is be willing to get up and come to the mic and answer some questions. We're filming this that others might partake in the future, so I don't want you to just shout it out from your seat. They're not going to hear those responses. So I'm going to ask you, a few of you, to come up and respond to number 2, what you want from it, questions that you have. We'll take 2, 3, 4 responses to that. So 3 minutes, do number 1, do number 2 with your peer. Raise your hand if you don't have a peer and you need somebody. Husbands and wives, you can or not. It's better in coach training to not, because you'll work harder to get to know somebody that you don't know. Go ahead. Those who are ready to talk about what you're looking to get from this, come on up to the aisle. Take the microphone. Who has mic fright? Who's scared to death that you'll have to talk into a microphone? Who's scared to death that you won't get to? That's another type of mic fright, right? You're frightened that you won't get to. Well, come on up. A couple of answers, a couple of responses to this question. What do you want from today? What brought you here? Who's willing to break the ice? Ron, thank you. Awesome.
I guess the reason I'm here is, one, my wife said I'm going to be coming to this. I don't really have a clear understanding of what I'm here for. You know, I don't know if I want to be a coach, but I really want to find out what I'm here for, what my purpose is, what my passion is, just a clarity there. And she says, well, that is why you want to be here. And I'm okay, you know, I'll be here. What brought you here was curiosity. You know, I've tried a lot of different things in my life to find out what I want to do, what my passion is, what my purpose is, and I'm not finding it. So I really hope today and the follow-up times will help me clarify that, I guess.
Thank you, Ron. At the end of the day, yeah, that's great. Good. At the end of the day, it'd be interesting if you have a comment, if indeed some things have become clear or not. And we will try to do a group go-around at the end of the day. A couple of others. Run to the microphone. You ever have a pastor hold up a 10 or 20 or $100 bill and say the first one who's hungry enough to, yeah.
Let's see, what brought me here? You know, through my life, God has kind of nudged me in certain directions, and it seems like he's nudging me this way. I do teach, so this is kind of up my alley, and I'm just looking forward to learning more about that and being able to do more motivation and help kids. Usually they're freshmen in college, and they come there, they're pretty lost as to what they're doing. You can tell by the look on their faces, like, what am I doing here? So I figured this is something I can do to help them.
Awesome. Come on over. A couple more. Why don't you come together?
So I'm here because I want to learn how to better take advantage of each conversation that I have with people, like in every single sphere of influence that I have in my life, and to just better like pull the gold out of people and help them go into it and into what God's calling for them. So I'm excited.
Excellent. Say your names too.
Oh,
What's your name?
Ann.
Ann? Yeah, that'll help me and help others to know you too. Go ahead.
My name's Peter. Today, the reason I came was mainly curiosity, just to learn more about the actual coaching process, and not just for my own benefit, but like she was saying, like I want the same thing of having like being able to customize every conversation to that person and learn coaching skills for me, but also for the people that are coaching me, learn how to tell them what I need from them as a coach.
Great.
Hi, my name is Annie Scott, and over the past couple of years, I've just been recognizing the gold in people. Like, I really believe that every person has gold inside of them, and I just am excited to learn about how to help them bring that up so they can recognize it, but then also, like, we need what they are carrying. So I'm excited about
Great.
that.
Thank you. Two more.
My name is Edgar, and my daughter, whenever we talk, she coaches me. And I love it because I grow when we talk. And I was talking to my insurance man last week, this week, yeah, still this week. And he had problems and things, and I thought, wow, if I had this skill, I could have helped him.
To take advantage of the opportunity when somebody lays their heart out for you. That's right. All right.
Hi, my name is Khaki, and I'm married to Bill, the professor. And when he grades lab books and stuff, we go to restaurants that have big tables and where we can just sit and I read my book or whatever. But over the years, and it's been like 20 years, that God has, I don't know what he does, but it's like he has a halo over our table, and the workers come to talk to me. I cannot tell you many conversations that I've had where people just tell me their troubles, and just, I mean, I don't know what it is, but I know I've got something for them, and I want to give more.
Wonderful. Thank you. Well, that's awesome. Thank you all. Thank you all. A good day for me as a trainer is when everybody touches the microphone. So if you would, please challenge yourselves to be ready to answer any of these questions. Why? you have something to say to encourage and inspire others. And in building this community, which looks like it might grow out through your influence, you have an opportunity to help those who have shared with you to steward what God has put in their hearts. You can go in a conversation now to these 7 or 8 people and say, if indeed you were touched, I was really touched by that. I mean, that really intrigues me. I'd love to hear more about it. Give them the gift of listening. Guess what? You're coaching at the most basic level. All right. So, workshop materials, you've seen it. We talked about it. What are we going to do today? Core concepts. These are, I asked myself, one of the neat things about coaching, you learn to coach yourself. Not that you can't continue to benefit, and we practice that. We continue to be coached by coaches. But what are the most important things, Jeff, you have this morning to convey some of the most important things, to give a taste and see what are they. The difference between mentoring and coaching. And I want to make sure to say I'm not denigrating mentoring when I do these models. I'm just comparing the two models. Lots of valid people helping models. I reacted strongly to coaching in a negative way, first in training because I was trained as a counselor. And I heard it presented as the model to replace all other models. Wrong. It's a very good model, but if you happen to be trained as a counselor, if you have served as a mentor, then you add another bill to your cap that says coach. Now, what I believe today is I can do best in counseling by counseling as a coach. I can do best as a mentor by mentoring as a coach. One trainee coined the word menoching, mentor coaching. Okay, so give that some thought as how you can integrate this and synergize it with other models. Have some words later, too, about coaching and prophetic culture, and that's something for us to continue to discern together, I think, and how that's a synergistic effect. 1 + 1 is a whole lot more than 2. The power of listening, simply listening. There are sessions I've had in which I only listened, and the person comes away saying, "You helped me so much today." And I'm thinking, I just listened? Yeah. And that's why we start here. That's why the initial exercise will be that. That's why I will tie a hand behind your back to not ask questions and to not opine on what you think about what you just heard. One of the first basic challenges in coaching is turn off the conversation in your head. Stop talking to yourself while the other person's talking. Listen to them and respond to what they're saying. Powerful questions. Let me debunk a myth about questions right now. There are no right questions. There are effective questions. Don't paint yourself in a corner by thinking you have to ask the right questions. There are a variety of questions you can ask a person that will elicit their thoughts, feelings, and desires, that they will be willing to open their heart to. When I first began to work as a people helper, it was a counselor in 1989. Coaching began, added to that, 2001, 2002. My initial counseling sessions, I actually had a nightmare. It was ongoing, and I had a little mouse pad that I could freeze the person. They were talking, and freeze, and I'm like, go get my books. What's the right thing to do now? Don't lock yourself up like that. Just relax in listening. When you're the speaker, just listening to the echo of what you have said is valuable. A listener who too quickly responds or tries to ask a question too quickly can interfere with that. When you're listening, just relax. Let them hear the echoes. Let your reflection, let a question just percolate as drawn out, as formed together by the Holy Spirit. This is the uniqueness of Christian coaching. I love that Jesus told the apostles when he sent them out, don't worry about what you'll say. I'll give you what to say when it's time to say. That's good for now, for me, with you. It's good for the most basic encounter and conversation. Trust that the Holy Spirit will draw out of you what is one of the best things to do in the moment as you relax in being led by him. Don't pin yourself down with a lot of methodology. The coaching funnel, Going to take a volunteer through that from soup to nuts, from ideal future, from the goal when it's accomplished, to action steps to accomplish it. In the middle, we're going to do a law of exploration, and that will put it all together. That will show you what an ideal coaching conversation can be, and how much can be accomplished, and how much can be drawn out. The power of personal responsibility. Have a neat demo to do with you, and you're going to react to it for sure. And you're probably going to tell this person that they've got some bad ideas, and you know better, and they should do what you tell them to do. People are responsible for their own lives. If you have the book, Appendix A has about 50 coaching values, and it's good to begin to take these in and think about it because it guides the conversation. If the person I'm coaching seems to have a bad idea or an idea that won't work, what do I do with that? Well, there's a variety of things to do with it, but one line we never cross when we're coaching is telling the other person what to do. We can ask, but we can't tell. The coach approach to goal setting, the coach approach to action. So when we begin, and lots of models of or applications for coaching, folks say, well, we're just talking about it. We're not going to do anything. This model happens to be attractive to men also. I'm not trying to sex type or stereotype, because we're not just going to talk about it. We're going to do something. We're going to accomplish something. That's one of the things we found with marriage coaching. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about thoughts, feelings, and desires. We're going to talk about feelings, guys. But we're also going to head toward the development of a shared goal. Goals that you want to accomplish, and we're going to make plans to do that. So this is one of the most efficient models I found to not just talk about it, but to get something done. So that's where we're headed. You can expect to see those nuggets in your handouts, your notes, and there's more. What's going to happen in the teleclass is we're going to reiterate things that have been shared with you today and that you have experienced, and we're going to introduce more. Okay, analogy is you're learning to golf. We're going to teach you a few rudimentary things. We're going to teach you basic etiquette. We're going to teach you to putt and chip and maybe hit a couple of irons and then get back to the tee and hit the driver. Then we turn you loose on the course, and you're going to realize, wow, if I want to do this professionally or if I want to do this proficiently, there's a whole lot more I need to know. So we're going to give you the basics. We're going to show you how effective that can be. Start where you are and practice, practice, practice. Look for opportunities. If you just come to the taste and see and you take this and it's all you do the rest of your life, take it and practice it in every relationship and every conversational opportunity that you have. Some of you will want a whole lot more, and we've put in your notes how to get more. We can field some questions on that too. We have contact information in those notes as well. All right, we're actually going to get to it. Jen Costello, are you around? There you are. Get ready. You don't have to come up just yet, but we've got a chair up here for you. So, you don't have mic fright, do you? Okay, no mic fright. So the conversation in your head. We can think, the average person, and I doubt that many of you are average, can think 7 times faster than you can speak. See the problem? You know the problem. You're talking to somebody, but there's a very interesting conversation going on in your head, at least 7 times faster than what they're saying. Yeah. How to ensure that you have an intelligent conversation? Talk to yourself, right? As we do this demo, I want you to jot down where your mind goes. Some of you are going to think about later this afternoon. You're going to think something about Jen, something about me, something about the weather, something. You're going to draw a conclusion. You might diagnose. You say, this is the problem, or this is what she needs to do, or what he needs to do, or why didn't he say that? Make some notes. Just pay attention to the conversation in your head. Not so much that you don't get something out of this. And you can do it afterwards if you want to. Just want to urge you to begin to become aware of what is it that interferes when someone is sitting in front of you, opening their mind, their heart, their desires. And then, what do you do about the conversation in your head? I learn more and more not to try to do things myself. And I tell some of my counseling clients, they say, I don't think I can do this. I said, I don't think you can either. They're like, what's that? said, well, I'm pretty sure Christ in you can, but I become less and less convinced that I can do things myself. Go right to Jesus and ask him to turn off the conversation in your head. Ask him to do the miracle of quieting your spirit. And I just want to pray that spontaneously. Lord, that you would quiet our spirits. It's all about focus. It's focus on those in front of us. While these are exercises and these are demonstrations, this is real material from real people's lives. It's a risk to share. And Lord, that you would gift us with a quietness of spirit. You would turn down the chatter and the background noise, that we could be fully present and honor in the beautiful way that you intend, as you are fully present for us and in us, that we would be present for others. In Jesus' name. So a listening prayer. I often say it before talking to someone. Have it running in the back of the mind all the time. Lord, take care of that. Lord, shut that down. You know, be anxious about nothing. He'll take care of it. There'll be an opportunity. That thought will come back. Turn off the conversation in your head. Okay, a little bit more teaching. Solution-focused questions. When I do the mentoring portion of this first demo, I will be intentionally doing some solution-focused questions. Solution-focused questions are questions that are actually disguised as advice, or it's advice disguised as a question. So you see how it's written? What would you think about the idea of talking to the person who edited our book as a potential editor for your book? What I'm really doing when I ask that type of question, I'm lining through the what would you think, and I'm really saying, talk to the person who edited our book as a potential editor for your book. I know better, and I think you should do what I think you should do, is what I'm saying. Or the second one, have you thought about having a talk with the director of the agency that helped you to adopt your children? Talk to the director of your agency. This is a good idea. I have a good idea. I know better. I want to solve this for you. It's my job as a counselor, a mentor, a pastor, to tell you the right thing to do. Coaching is helping people to learn for themselves. Okay, and we're going to talk about how to do that. Ask, don't tell. What's a better way to phrase these questions? See, this is an open question, and you'll see this in the second half of the demo. What are some of your ideas about finding an editor for your book? Now I'm saying, you've probably been thinking about this. I'm not going to hijack your right to come up with solutions for your challenge by telling you what to do. I'm going to ask you what you've been thinking about. Now, if I happen to have written and I happen to know some editors, you might say, well, I know you've written. Do you have some ideas for me? As a coach, I'm still going to say, I'd like to hear your ideas first. I'd like you to max out your knowledge base and exercise your problem-solving muscles before I contribute. Or if a person's really stuck, I might say, from my experience, I have some ideas. Would you like to hear them? I've had many a client say, no, I don't. You've talked enough today, coach. Or I want to wrestle with this on my own, or I want to challenge myself to come up with a solution before I do that. You see the second example, open. Who could you talk with about your idea of starting an adoption agency? Whose problem-solving muscles are being exercised when I ask that kind of a question? Who's lifting the weight? Who's becoming a better leader of their own lives? And that's why we ask the open questions. So watch out for and patrol your conversations for watching the demo for solution-focused questions. How to be a cooperative speaker. When you have an opportunity to share, I'm going to ask you to do this today because we're going to limit you in asking questions. Volunteer what you think, how you feel, what you want, okay? I don't think the people who are going to do demos today have any problem with volunteering and saying a lot about what they think, how they feel, what they want. But in your demos, do that. I was in the dentist chair the other day, and they were in my mouth, and I just contrasted this because I've had different dentists and hygienists over time. Some of them just keep asking questions. I don't know sign language, I don't want to grunt. And I thought this team did really well because before I couldn't speak, we were conversing about some things. And then they just kept things comfortable and loose while they're drilling. by continuing to volunteer things that they were thinking, how they were feeling about some things we had talked earlier, but they never asked a question. So be a cooperative speaker. We put so much emphasis on the listener sometimes that we don't talk about how you can help the listener as a speaker. When you have the space and you have the opportunity, ask yourself, what do I think about this? How do I feel about this? What do I want? Thoughts, feelings, desires. Okay, 3 components of complete conversations. All right, the demo, mentoring versus coaching, to show you the distinction between the two. And we're going to highlight the benefits, again, of coaching. And we're going to do mentoring done poorly, okay? And again, I'm not denigrating that model of people helping. So when we debrief, I'm going to ask your feedback on what we did. And I'm actually a little bit ahead. So Jen, come on up. And thank Jen for being willing to share openly and honestly. Hi, good morning. Yeah, they're both a hot seat here. So, folks, what we're going to do, we're going to have a conversation, and we're going to forget about you. I'm going to pray when I do the second half because I don't want people to think that God's really involved in the way I do this with you at first. Try to understand this as a demo. Okay, this is not really the way I like to be with people when I'm doing this for purpose. So, are you nervous? So, Jen, we were chatting, and you have some thoughts about an adoption ministry. I'd love to hear more about that.
Sure. Well, I think a lot of it stems from, I'm talking to you.
Uh-huh.
Sorry, not hi, everybody, but I think it stems a lot just from my own personal experience with adoption.
We've had some too.
My husband and I actually had the opportunity to grow our family. We have a beautiful son and daughter.
How many do you have?
We have 2 kids, a son.
You know, we have friends that adopted 5 from the Philippines.
Great. Yeah, we did domestic. Not international, but it was, I mean,
it's been a really rich cultural opportunity for them.
Yeah. Any way to adopt, I mean, that's amazing. That's awesome. I love adoption. I love anybody that has a passion and a heart for it. I can connect with them right off the bat. I mean.
Yeah, we do too. We got a lot in common that way.
Yeah, it's, so the Philippines, huh? So tell me more about the Philippines.
Where yours are domestic?
Yes,
so,
they are. They're domestic. Yeah.
Okay.
We got to take our babies right home from the hospital and have an amazing relationship with their birth families and.
And a ministry, some kind of ministry you want to do?
Do I want to do a ministry with adoption? Yeah, I feel like, just from our own experiences, we can.
It is so needed.
It is needed. Yes.
It's not done very well.
Well, there is a stigma about adoption, and that's part of, I really would love to be able to come in, my husband and I both, and really just educate people on what a great way it is to grow our family. We need kingdom families out there that want to adopt, and, there's birth moms that are choosing this. They're saying,
our daughter had a teen pregnancy, a crisis pregnancy, and we looked into it. It just wasn't done well. So we totally see the need for this to be done well, and I hope you'll pursue that.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. That's about all I can stand, and I'm sure it's about all you can stand. So, Jen, what did you hate about what I just did?
You kept interrupting me.
Let's look through these questions. What specifically did I do that shut you down?
I felt like you were trying to one-up me on everything. Everything that I was trying to be open or transparent about. You had a better idea or a better story or knew someone even that had a better experience than I did.
And what does that say about how I view you and how I think about myself?
Well, you think about your experiences are greater even than my experiences.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I didn't feel very valued. I didn't feel very heard.
And what effect does that have on your willingness to share?
I felt a little bit shut down during the conversation. A lot. Trying to be nice.
Yeah. Okay. Hot mic again up front. A couple of you maybe on the front row and around. Oh, is that the hot mic? Okay. Do we have another one that can roam, or is that it? Okay, go ahead and roam right now. What did you guys hate about that? How did it affect you? How did you feel about the way that conversation was happening?
I just felt like you took the microphone away from her. You said, "I'd love to hear about that," and then you just kept telling about you and your experiences.
Right.
So that's what I mean, I really did. It was sort of like, I love to hear, but.
Yeah. It's your day, Lindsay. Come on up. Gary, come on up.
Well, I just felt like you took her spirit away. Like, at one point, it was just like, forget it, you just talk. Like, I'm over it. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, you just do it. And, like, she was super excited about it in the beginning, and then just was like, I'm over it. So you can just tell me what you want to say. So.
Yeah, what a great way to say it. Taking her spirit away, taking the wind out of her sails. I mean, maybe I'm a girlfriend. She just came up with this idea. We're sitting down for coffee, and I do that. What's that do to her dream? What's missed in that?
You have a control problem. Okay?
I hate opening with this because I get typecast. So.
Personally, I felt irritated with you.
Irritated?
Yeah, and it was like rising up in me, and it was like, it wasn't just cutting me off. It was like making me making me angry with you.
Say more about that. Irritated and angry because if I was doing that to you, what would?
Yeah,
why
I would just be like, I would just think that you're pious, and I didn't even want to hear your opinion. Like I wouldn't care. I was. Yeah.
Good.
I felt like you were in the wrong chair. I felt that you needed the counseling.
Right.
You want to hear what I thought? I thought Jeff looks a lot like me, how I have conversations with a lot of people, except mine are usually funny one-liners, interrupting.
Hi. Yeah, I felt you came off insincere. And so as soon as you started interrupting her, I just didn't feel like you genuinely cared about her.
Yeah, there you
as
go.
a person.
Do I really care? Who do I care about?
I think, I'll do this instead. Is that okay?
That's good.
I think, no, not yet. I think I was really craving the depth of her dream. I think that's what I was missing out on. I think what was facilitated was really like kind of a shell of what she had to say. It was more, I have a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do this and this. And it was kind of more side commentary than actually delving into even a solution on both ends.
Yeah, good. Good. One more.
I wanted to rescue Jen. I wanted to come up and listen to her because I felt what she had to say was important. And since you weren't listening to her, I wanted to just kind of step in front of you and say, I'll listen.
There you go. Yeah. And build that out. Who does the Lord have in mind for you to rescue from poor listening or a selfish posture in relationships? You know, this is brief. It's a demo. It's on stage. Is it believable that we sometimes have conversations that poorly? Okay. All right. You know, so some of you may be indicting yourselves, and it hurts because I do that. You know, Jim, God bless you. Mary, God bless you. Actually. You can confess later, all right? I do it. You know, I know better. I've heard that. Jeff, you know better. Would you be talking to a coaching client like this right now? What happens? What's the opposite of love in your mind? Indifference? How about self? It's all about me. I know better. I think I know. No. Okay, so if you've indicted yourself, you're feeling guilty, today's the first day of the rest of our lives. All right? This is about getting skilled up. The skills are a channel for our hearts. And our hearts are as big and compassionate and caring and selfless as we allow Jesus to make them to be in relationship with him. The heart of a good coach is the heart of Jesus. The heart of Jesus is one as a servant who comes to a conversation to give, and to give the gift of listening. Yes, sometimes the impartation of knowledge, but that has to be earned, and it flows naturally. As we go on the demos, you'll see that. So, could I try again? I'm not so far gone. Okay. So think this time, what do you like better about this? What was the technique? What did coach do? How did client respond? So, and I do just want to say a sincere listening prayer, because I know this is very real, and I want to treat it with a sacred way. Lord, thank you for the opportunity today to hear from Jen and what you've put in her, and the passion that she has. And Lord, I pray that you would quiet me. You would help us both forget all the context, all that's come before. We're sitting in front of people. Hear with your ears and feel what she says with your heart. In Jesus' name. So, adoption, a passion. I'd love to hear more about that.
My husband and I had the opportunity to adopt both of our children and grow our family through adoption. Even before we went through some trials of starting our family, it was something that was just always on our heart. We weren't exactly sure how it was going to look like, how we were going to end up growing our family, but we knew that adoption was going to be a part of our story somewhere. So
it's been in your heart for a long time, and it sounds like it's effectively occurred. The desire has been fulfilled, and you have grown your family.
Yeah, we have. We have 2 kids. Max is 5 and Charlotte is 2, and both of them came to us straight home from the hospital in just an absolutely miraculous way. We have amazing relationships with their birth families. We have open adoptions, and I just feel such even just a burden on my heart to just educate other people on just the power of adoption. You know, there's so many.
Can I pause you just a second? I want to make sure I'm catching. So, them coming to you, I heard 2 things in that first part. Miraculous.
Mm-hmm.
And the experience, it sounds like, has far exceeded anything you could have imagined in terms of the open relationships, and it sounds like quality relationships with others involved.
Absolutely. In fact, one of my life verses, something that I have hung my hat on, is that, you know, in Ephesians 3:20 it says that God can do more than we could ever think or imagine, you know, even in our wildest dreams. And I look at Max and I look at Charlotte, and they are more than I could ever imagine in my wildest dreams. I mean, Max came from Tennessee, and we actually kind of courted his birth mom for the 3 or 4 months during her pregnancy. Charlotte was a whirlwind. We got a phone call, and within 8 days, we flew down to Florida and were able to bring her home. And it's just so cool to look and see how God completely picked them out for us and us for them. These birth mothers, they had a choice laying in front of them. You know, I have such a heart for these birth moms and what they went through, and the choices. It's just such a decisional place in your life, whether you're choosing to parent or to place your child for an adoption. And I just have such a heart. My heart just goes out for these birth moms. And
can I
yeah.
I want to make sure to catch stuff. So not only do you have the great joy and fulfillment of having 2 beautiful children, it sounds like the miraculous qualities of things that have occurred have been very impactful to you.
Mm-hmm. And I just, I guess just because of our own experiences, I don't think that this experience is just even limited to us. It's not even just limited to people that maybe have exhausted their other options as far as growing their family. You know, for us, it was something we were going to do no matter what. And because of our experience, I feel like there really is a stigma oftentimes on adoption. I feel like a lot of birth moms aren't educated, as this is a really great, amazing choice that's out there. You know, the birth moms and the adoptive families, they need one another, you know.
So God's shown you a lot through this experience. There are others out there missing a lot of opportunity for the type of experience you
Right.
had.
Right, and it's certainly not. It's certainly not. Even our experience isn't the only way to do it. However, I feel like education is such a process. I feel like some of the things that are on my heart are. I feel like finances are oftentimes such a big hindrance to people adopting. I mean, my heart's desire would be to start a foundation and be able to help people. You know, if they have a desire to adopt, I would love to have a foundation that helps partner with them so that finances aren't this big obstacle.
You'd love to be able to provide everything that's missing, so that if it's on a couple's heart, all the barriers would be answered, would be removed.
Yeah, my husband and I have opportunities. We've had endless opportunities over the last few years to sit down with other adoptive couples and just share our story and really just instill hope in a lot of them. A lot of them are in a similar situation as to where we were, 6, 7, 8 years ago, where we really were hoping to start our family and just kept failing, and adoption was again it was God's timing. It was God's best for our family, and we sit down with these other families, and God really allows us. I mean, I've had so many of them come back after, or email or text me later and say, "Wow, you gave me so much hope," But the one thing that always comes back is finances. It's a very big hurdle. So I think that one of my deepest desires, one of my biggest dreams is to be able to have a foundation out there that truly partners with these couples. And, we help that we help remove that obstacle out of the way. So whether it's helping them fund it, whether it's helping them raise funds for it, in an ideal world, I mean, another idea I would have would be, okay, they're able to benefit from this foundation, and they get so blessed, and they have this amazing adoption experience that they can't help but sow back into the foundation to help other families adopt.
It keeps paying it forward. You pay forward what God has given you into those lives, and they would naturally want to pay it forward, and not just have adopted children, but have the joy of giving to yet others.
Right.
Wow.
And to get kingdom families in this, I mean, it's our mandate. I mean, God tells us to be fruitful and multiply and have babies and teach them about the kingdom. And I look at this and think, wow, I mean, what an honor and a responsibility. And there's birth moms that are out there that are making these choices. I mean, they need kingdom families that will say, yes and amen to this, and take on that responsibility to raise, these kingdom warriors. I look at a lot of the adopted children in the Bible. Moses was adopted by the princess, and I look at these, and these adopted kids were world changers. They were completely world changers. So to be able to raise these world changers is such an honor. I would love to be able to provide a way, not have hindrances, not have obstacles that are in the way, so that, as a community, we can see adoption in a positive light,
Wow. Okay with you if we end here?
Yeah.
I've kind of got to stop because I'm just ready to cry. Thank you. Oh, did you I had no idea there was all that there. I mean, we've actually talked about this before, briefly. But did you like the way this went better?
Yes, that was much better.
What did you like about it better?
Well, I felt you were interested this time. That you really wanted to hear what I had to say. I liked your clarifying questions a few times while we were talking, I felt like I was being heard, but you wanted to make sure you absolutely got it before we moved on to the next point. You really just listened. You were a really great listener that time. I felt like you were really engaged in what I had to say, and that I really felt like my passion was touching you in a way where you were.
How could you tell?
You were asking effective questions. You were getting a little teary-eyed, which So just a few cues like that made me think, wow, you're really interested, or this is something that all of a sudden my passion is contagious at this very moment. So.
In hearing yourself speak, were there any fresh nuances of understanding of yourself, clarification?
I feel like I've started to, in my head, process the idea of paying this forward, like this foundation where people are touched by it, and then they have such a great experience that they can't, that they have to get involved some way. So whether it's, them being an advocate in the adoption community, whether it's them sowing their own finances back into the foundation or the ministry, I feel like some things started to click a little bit more of maybe even not just an idea anymore, but wow, maybe this could actually happen.
So, So something about what happened in our conversation flipped a little bit into, maybe this could really, What can you put your finger on what it was about how that happened?
I don't know if it was one specific thing.
Okay.
I really don't. But I do feel like it's an idea that's been kind of rolling around for a while,
Right.
and because we were so positively affected by this, that.
If I can interrupt you.
Sure.
What's different about rolling it around in your own head and speaking it to somebody?
I think talking through the ideas, first of all, just makes it more, it's not something in my head. All of a sudden, I just shared it with you and all these people out here, that all of a sudden it's like, oh goodness, maybe there's, who knows, I might end up having conversations out here now, of people that might be either interested in this, or maybe they didn't know this about me, or.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden, speaking it out loud makes a different kind of declaration, not only in the natural, but in the spiritual as well. So.
Yeah, great. So I'm going to bring back Jen later, and I'm going to ask some curious questions, because it's interesting. She said I asked her some questions. I didn't think I did. I didn't. But I did, when I reflected, I did have an inquisitive tone, I think. It's a tentative, so you're saying, or I think I'm hearing, which felt like a question to you, the respect of a question, is this what you're saying? Does that make sense? Okay. And notice I didn't parrot. I wasn't Memorex. I didn't give you back the same words. I took a little bit of a risk to reach for what I thought she was saying. This is a really involved listening. You're adding it all up together. Is that what you're saying? Is that what it was like? So this is really what jumped out at you? So, make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So could we have about 6 people line up in the aisle who would be willing to answer some of these debriefing questions here? And what I'd like you to do is answer one of these 3 questions of the 6 people, the debriefing questions. What'd you like about this better? Okay. What was the effect of, my technique, and what did you notice in her response due to the technique? What'd you like better? What did I do that you can put your finger on? And what was her response? And try not to talk about the content. Try not to talk about your ideas about this idea, but rather how we had the conversation. Go ahead.
My name is Lucinda, and what I liked best was when you repeated what she said, it let her know you heard her, and she felt loved. And when she came back, it was like you had encouraged her and validated her idea, and she blossomed under that.
Wonderful. Great observation. So listening encourages, validates, loves.
I'm Don Franklin. Some of the things that I noticed were, first of all, you, Jeff, when you were looking at her, you maintained perfect eye contact, which gave her the impression that you were truly listening. Some of your nonverbal signs in your face demonstrated, in my opinion, warmth and caring. And during the time that you were asking her questions, you gave me the impression you were listening, but on the other hand, your mind was processing what should be my next follow-up question based on the answer she's giving you, or giving her reinforcement to some of the thoughts that she shared with you.
Great observations. Thank you for the affirmation. I'm glad that comes across. There does come across in the body and the facial expressions, when you let yourself go into it, you don't have to manufacture them. Two things. One, this is not in your notes, so if you want to take it down quickly, SOLER, S-O-L-E-R. There are physical things to pay attention to if you're physically present with someone. Pretty square, open posture generally. I might have had my legs crossed, but leaning, eye contact, relaxed, not fidgeting, not going other places. So square, open, leaning, eye contact, relaxed. Just something to patrol in yourself. And putting ourselves in that physical position can also put our ears in position. Don said he thought maybe I was thinking of the next right question to ask. I was processing. If there was any processing, honestly, it was this question to myself: what's she saying? What's she saying? What's she saying? What's the highlight? What's the core of this? What's the key of this? And then, so I think I hear you saying, or I think this is what it is. And it's not a different type of probing question, which we'll get to later. It's not, well, what am I curious about? This is facilitating her verbal exploration. You know, if you want to finger ahead to the coaching funnel, the middle part that widens out is exploration. And just listening allows her to explore it for herself. And you'll see later, I might use one question in proportion to 4 or 5 reflective statements to open more, or to go a place that I'm curious.
Hi, I'm Lisa. What I liked better was that I thought I observed you kind of waiting for a pause in her communication so that you could kind of share what you were observing from what she was saying to you. And I also felt a lot of encouragement that you were giving her by not using the same words, but how you were receiving what she was sharing with you. And I honestly, when as you were doing that, I saw a buildup in her. And when she said, and seeing people sew back in, I felt like that was that escalation period. I felt that. Yeah. So I thought it was really good. Great observations. Yeah, and the crescendo, and Jim talked about this in his opening remarks, Jesus going, well done. Well done. I mean, you went ahead and imagined for the immeasurably more. Simply listening in a loving way can help the person continue to the crescendo that he's placed in them? Is it really that simple? A posture of the heart? I've decided before I came to this conversation that I love you in a godly way. I love him and him in you and what he's put into you, and I totally, in faith, expect to see that gold. If I listen long enough, relax in the listening, let it come out.
Hi, I'm Bert. One of the things that I noticed the big change is that you went from more of a superiority complex from the first one, stating that, glad you're here, but let me tell you what you need to know, to this time being an active participant in the conversation, restating and checking for understanding of what she's giving and giving her validity in the conversation, that you were actually understanding what she was saying.
Yeah, so dropping the superiority, I actually have an opportunity to learn and to hear more.
Hello, my name is Micah, and Jen, first, thank you for sharing. That was really beautiful, what's in your heart. But speaking of Christian coaching, I think in contrast from the first time, you kind of chopped it up. You didn't really let the passion flow. Like the second time, you heard not only an experience at the very beginning, but the passion started to really start to flow, and then the anointing kind of touched it. And at the end of it, you didn't just have an experience, you had a goal, you had a plan, you had this is not just an idea, this is now a destiny that I want to be able to live and fulfill, and see a whole passion of people jump on board of that train. So
You know, God may indeed want to move really fast to bring something like this to fruition. Ironic, isn't it, that relaxing and slowing down the listening and exploration process can actually result in an acceleration of the fruition of the vision. Do more by doing less. Accomplish more by doing less. It's him. He's doing it. I just have to, this is easy. This is like catching babies. Babies are being birthed. Visions are being birthed. You just, well, oh, I did not even mean that. Yeah.
Okay. Hi, I'm Jonas. I want to encourage everybody, run to the mic, because if you're the last in 6 people, everybody takes the good stuff. So, no, what I really enjoyed about that last conversation was, as she seemed to kind of draw to the end of a subject matter, you would make almost a suggestion that not only validated that her in that you heard what she said and you understood it, and then it drew out of her almost another subject matter, not another subject matter, but another point. So as you validated her and proved to her that you were listening, it encouraged her to just open up further and bring out even more things that she probably wouldn't even have thought of if she hadn't felt the connection that you were listening, that it meant something.
Yeah, so great. And Jen, kind of a question to you. You know, what does go on within you, within us, when somebody listens well? What's our internal conversation? Well, I guess I can tell him more. I guess he's really into this. I guess I can go further. What we've talked about in marriage coaching is holding our partner's heart, and in the body, outside of our marriages and families, our kingdom family, we can hold each other's heart. She's holding out her heart. She's saying, this is precious. This is something God put in my heart. This is, now, the first time, how did I treat her heart? What did I do to her heart? I don't want it, And what would be appropriate to do? If somebody's treating something that's precious to you in a poor way, take it back. Take it back, okay? This is an important thing to get in all of this. If somebody, they're safe people, they're unsafe people. Heart and skills can make us safer, more effective. And so more comes out of her. Great. Well, thank you. You have a break for a moment.
Okay.
We're going to let you get up and do some musical chairs and do some listening to each other. Basically do what you saw. And I just want to speak to any doubt you may have. Don't disqualify yourselves. Well, he's an expert, or she's a good public speaker. That was magnificent. I can't. I won't. This is faith. There's a little excerpt in Tony's book. A lady in training, he observed, did very poorly in a listening exercise in the morning. In the afternoon, he observed again, and she was fantastic. And he made comment and said, what do you think was the difference? She said, I just really let myself go to get into what they were sharing with me. I didn't try to make anything happen. I just held and received and honored what they gave to me. And so from the heart, the skill will flow, and it will be natural that you'll be able to hear what your peer partner gives to you. You may have some comfort needs. Take care of those during the break. I want to set aside 25 minutes. Be back here at 20 till 11 or 10:40. However you tell time. There's a clock back here. That's what I'm going by. So you can sync your watches. We'll have a little background music. Spread out. If you go outside the sanctuary, you keep time. We're not going to come find you. You can stay next to each other. There's a whole back section, so spread out. What are you doing? Well, the instructions are here. You can carry them with you. Take about 3 to 5 to 7 minutes to speak. And keep time. I don't want to break in over the microphone. Keep times yourselves if you would. You know, set a little timer, look at your watch. So for the first 5 to 7 minutes, share a problem, a challenge, a goal, a desire, a dream. Prompt yourself as the speaker to share your thoughts, feelings, and desires. Listener, just tell them what you heard in your own words. Now, something not in your materials, we'll be reiterating this in later training. You notice one thing that wasn't commented on is I interrupted Jen a couple of times politely. Could I interrupt you? Okay, after she said about 3 to 5 sentences, that's all I can really kind of handle. It's like speaking through a translator. Don't try to listen and reflect more than what would be spoken through a translator if you ever speak through translation. So after about 3 to 5, you can politely interrupt and say, can I pause you? I really want to get what you're sharing. Okay, and that holds that rather than missing it. So that's another thing to pay attention to while you're doing it. Okay? So I think you have the directions. Hold your hand up. Let's go ahead and move. Back again at 10:40. Hold your hand up if you need somebody. We'll have a floater pair up with you. Raise your hand or look for a floater if you have a question. had an opportunity to be listened to, you still have time to do that if you switch now. So about 10 minutes, we'll reconvene.
Since you hit the stream with the same title, maybe it's recognizing it as the same thing. That's exactly where he's sitting right now. Or it's on the delay and he's off
What's that? I don't know about something specific. Yeah, I think I just accidentally did something to kill the video. Please. So.
Okay, never mind.
There was a guy sitting here. He just walked off, and it shows him gone. And that was since we had the issue. So, I think we're all right. Alright, I'm gonna start listening to that. It's getting audio sound. That's what I'm using.
That just means they heard our whole conversation.
This we didn't say anything back. This we didn't say anything back. It's still good.
No, it should be.
Got the audio feed all the way down.
6 respondents to come to the front. And the questions are, what do you love about being listened to? What did you love about being listened to in a way that you were just listened to? Secondly, what did you find challenging? And third, what's your desire when it comes to listening? One person spoke at break. I so badly need it. I wish it would have come to it earlier. So what did you love? Go ahead, as you're kind of forming a line. What did you love about it? What did you find challenging? While people are coming forward, we form that line. I'll just go through a couple of things for you. Who has a copy of the Coaching Questions book with them? The blue cover book. Just hold that up if you would, Jen. Yeah, no. Coaching Questions, it's all blue and it's an 8.5 by 11. That's the second book in sequence. That's required for level 2 coaching skills. Somebody said they really wanted to get better at questions. That's the best selling of all coaching books, actually, next to leadership coaching. And then when we get into Calling, Discovery, and Purpose, it's these books, Christian Life Coaching and a Leader's Life Purpose Workbook. If a person just comes to the seminar, they'll want the workbook. If a person's going to be a calling coach, they want both of those. I'm just orienting you to what is. This is the content. And it's not too early to begin working through in your own self-study. If you're really in culture with prophetic culture or coaching culture, however. Questions for Jesus. You know, Tony's done some neat stuff as he's gotten out in Redding, California, and just the primacy of hearing from the Lord yourself. And you guys know how to do that, and this helps us to get better at that. And we'll talk about, again, what to do when we hear on our client's behalf, or we hear something, we get some revelation. Proactive parent coaching. So coaching applied to parenting, coaching applied to marriage. And what's neat about all these is it's the same model. You know, we've written parent or marriage coaching on the same model, same language, and parent coaching the same. So just like playing on different golf courses. So what'd you love about it? What was challenging, and what do you want with listening?
My name's Sierra.
Hi, Sierra.
Hi, everybody. I really enjoyed listening to Gail. With this approach of listening, you become engrossed in what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know 7 minutes went by because I was genuinely engaged with what she was saying, and I wanted to hear more. I didn't want to stop. I didn't want to take my turn because I was just so into what she was saying and moving on to that next step of helping her make that happen.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like after that, it was kind of challenging to get the questions asked to me because I was still so enamored with everything she had shared with me. And then also she asked such good questions. The challenge of being thoughtful as a speaker and communicating that really made me have to think and process and dig a little deeper.
Time passes quickly. You get enamored with it. You're listened to. You think more deeply. I was in a coffee shop yesterday, and people were just talking to each other about things that mattered, and there were others overhearing these conversations, and I thought, it's great that they're overhearing these conversations. And then I wondered, what do they think about the way we're having this conversation? You put a couple of coaches together, a couple of people who know to listen, and we fight over the opportunity to be the one to hear. And I'm like, stop, it's been enough. Tony calls that conversational generosity. If you have an hour, you get a half hour, I get a half hour. And you sometimes fight over that to keep listening because it is so interesting.
I would say that I gained a lot from your demonstration because the commonalities, God put the two people, Connie and I, together that we found out when we were standing in line in the bathroom. We're like both from Grove City and so that wanting to make more connections kept coming up. So I wanted to talk, and by being quiet, I just got so many more jewels that it was just a lot of yay God that was the beautiful things about telling her story. And then when she was listening to me, she really touched because I just went bleh. The good, the bad, the ugly,
Right.
The big goal, the just blah. And she honed in on a good blah. And said, think about that. And it was very powerful, so I was very grateful.
We have a new title for the seminar now. Honing in on a blah. Or the good blah. Thank you.
Thank you.
And how much can be done with that? I know there's at least another professionally certified counselor in the room. I spend a lot of my time convincing people who are not professionally trained that there's a whole lot that can be done that professionally trained counselors do simply by listening in a skilled and loving way. There are lots of times I'd like to check out of a session and say, just listen. Listening is all we need to do here, and this person can gain insight and solve a lot of their own problems. So a lot of blah, a lot we can do with the blah if we'll just listen.
Well, Dawn was my partner, and it was really good. And I think listening to you and listening for her, I was learning more how to stay engaged, and so that she could fully say what she wanted to say and get the most out of it. And so it really helped me to hone in on my skills as a listener. And she's a good listener too, and so we were just able to really freely discuss our issues and in a safe way. So it was good.
Excellent.
Yeah.
It sounds like your confidence grew in your own ability to listen, and it was rewarding to do so because you learned more.
Yeah, it was. Thank you.
So grow your confidence in any conversations. Some of you, if your spouse isn't here, you're thinking you're going to go home and try this out on them. You might want to give them a heads up. I might seem kind of different to you because I'm going to listen in this way, or I'm going to ask some questions, but I'm really trying to bring it from my heart. Don't try that technique on me. I mean, there may be skepticism, but a little heads up. Or you're sitting with a friend, or you want to take a different posture, a little bit of forewarning. I've just recently, I went to a seminar, I paid attention to listening. I want to try that in a different way with you. So I don't feel like they're a guinea pig. You're telling them, I want to do better for you by trying to do this.
Hi, I'm Cam. My partner was Linda, and what we found was truly amazing. We both have a couple of things that are on our hearts, but with just listening, sitting back, because I think when you get two women together, it's sometimes it's a competitive thing. We want to reinforce and go back and forth, and I think we really had to hold our tongues. But as we did, when we found that as we talked through, as I know for myself, when I talked through the challenge that I was up against and a possible opportunity, she let me talk it out. And it was pretty amazing, because the last couple of minutes, I found that this particular possible opportunity is really a passion of mine, and I really didn't know or understand that it was truly a passion for broken women until I started talking through about the challenge before me, what it can be if and when it is aligned with God.
Wow.
That not only the challenge that's before me now, the opportunity, but after this opportunity could be much bigger things for the city of Columbus. And after Linda had gone through with her different idea of people finding their identity and their inheritance, and her talking through that, as we circled around our two different paths, that they could line up together and be something huge, not only in the churches, but out in whether it's the schools, the agencies, businesses, whatever that may be. I mean, this could be something huge for the city. So just by listening to each other and giving them the time to draw out those ideas, but for your own self to think through those ideas, this could be something bigger than we even imagined about.
I just see the Lord smiling, going, I'm so happy you people are talking to each other.
We love to talk here.
I'm crying again. Stop. Isn't this amazing? Wow.
Okay, my name is Rick Brown, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be here. What was really neat about today for me, it's 81 is when I came into this relationship with Jesus Christ. And it felt like the very first thing that happened was I told a person the way I got saved, it was I didn't know the Holy Spirit was real. And this is important for me to tell you like this because so I was in this church following somebody, and I was being noble. I was going to paint this painting of a black Jesus and give it to him because I liked this pastor. And I heard these people at the altar speaking in tongues and crying out to God. And I went home, and they were good, but I didn't know it. I didn't want it to be like Jim Jones. I didn't want to drink the Kool-Aid, basically. And so I knew something was wrong. And I went back and visited, and I stood up and said I wanted the good life, and someone said, I never heard it, but I started speaking in tongues. And they said, something else, you want to be? I said, yeah, I want everything that comes with it. I got baptized, spoke in tongues at this revival. A guy named Howard Tillman was running at Rehoboth Temple. And when I came out of it, I got baptized the same night. I don't know when. It sounds like I'm making this up, but it really happened. And but I'm not. As soon as all this happened, it was like my life transformed into this reality of God's presence. So this guy came to me. He was a minister, and he says something about my good life or whatever. And I said, I'm going to draw for Jesus. And he said, you don't know if God wants you to do that. So it was like, from that day on, from 1981 until now, it's like I was not listened to. I don't mean to be emotional. I'm over this, but I'm just saying. So like, I got to talk with Matt, and it was like it's like every one of us has one thing in us that we really want to do for God, but somehow we haven't allowed it to be heard. And I felt the oneness of God when Matthew and I talked, that God sparked a oneness that was so powerful that my life has really been touched in a spot that the listening needed to be. That's all I needed. And I'm just saying it to say, I mean, that's
Amen.
how powerful this is.
Amen.
And I think I need to stop now.
Woo! If you have the text, don't miss chapter 4. The heart of the Christian coach is the heart of Jesus. Coming in a servant posture to lovingly listen to what he has put in another's heart. You have an opportunity to stand in for him. He incarnates himself by the indwelling of his Spirit within you, and you skillfully express your heart, his heart, by serving to hear what he's put in their heart. So you're standing in, you're on holy ground. He's no longer physically present, except those of us who are filled by his Spirit are present for him with another. He is present when I go to give my presence in loving listening in a skillful way and to interact with people this way. Tuck that away. When you don't know what to do, listen. When you don't know what to say, tell the person what you just heard them say. Be transparent. I don't know what to say. Who told you were supposed to say something? It's their turn to talk. All right? So that's the foundation. Get it, wear it out, rate yourself on it, ask those who are close to you, ask your husband, ask your wife, ask your children if you dare. How would you rate me as a listener on a scale of 1 to 10? What do I do well that qualifies the answer of a 6 or a 7 or an 8? What is yet not present? What would you like more or less from me? What would you like me to start doing, stop doing, do less of, do more of, that would tell you I'm more involved? You know, don't pass go, don't collect $200 until you get this. Add to it, but don't miss it. And as you'll see as we build questions on, the ratio of 1 to 4, 1 to 5 is kind of what we observe. One question, one powerful question, 4 or 5 responses and reflections, and then another question. So it's really important to be good at this. Very basic skill, and look how much it does. Okay. done our listening debrief, and we're going to move into what do coaches provide. I wanted to ask you first, but we're gonna talk about it. So the subpoints. We provide a relationship, Christian coaching, life, leadership, relationship, all the applications. It's relationship based, it's client centered, and it's goal oriented. This is a real relationship. Sat down with a gentleman who's here the other day, first time to meet, and I said, I want to hear your life story. He says, I want to hear yours. That's a great exercise. Highlight the relationships and the experiences of your life that help to inform who you are and how you are today. Set aside 2 hours or more. Or decide to have an hour and trade life stories. This is what I do when I get a new coaching client. I say, we're going to start. It's the number one way to start an authentic relationship. Tell your life story, share your life stories, and you edit the details. If you're the coach, go first, try to circumscribe it, give a model. The person who's going to share after you will follow on that, and you'll notice however transparent you are, that's how transparent they will be. That's a no-no in traditional counseling. It's not in coaching. Generally, the rule around transparency is if you're going to model, share about something that you've mostly worked through and that you have victory in. Some will take some risk and go a little bit further, things that they're currently in pain about. At any rate, coaches provide relationship, a safe place to talk about your life. I think many of you just experienced that. Perspective, we're going to get to questions. Skilled questions to help you think things through. In coaching, we say we know we've asked a powerful question when it's met with silence. I mean, don't think you've asked a bad question. Often a person will say, wow, I don't know. I need to think about that. Really legitimate. So you'd like to assign yourself the action step of reflecting and thinking about that. Yeah. Last house we lived in, we had a chair at the bottom of the stairs, kind of my favorite, leather, comfy chair. And sometimes at night, I'd just be sitting there doing nothing, and my youngest would say, Daddy, what are you doing? I'm thinking, praying, just reflecting. I'd be there back in the morning. She'd come down the stairs. You been there all night doing that? Well, not most nights, some nights, yeah. But assigning ourselves the points, assigning ourselves time to reflect and to pray and to have this conversation. That question, that powerful question that you were asked, what do I think about that? I need to give myself time to think about that. Okay. So coaches provide perspective by asking curious, powerful questions. Not the right questions, but the effective question that makes you think. Empowerment, someone who listens, helps you to believe in yourself. How much does it say? And I think we've heard testimony at this point so far, when somebody simply honors your dream. Just by listening, they're honoring the validity of what you've been thinking about and what you hope for and what your passion is. And accountability, a structure for change, a support structure for change. We'll cover this in depth in the teleclass. Healthy accountability in Christian coaching is something that people volunteer for, not something you impose on them. So a person says, this is a goal, this is a desire, this is a way that I would prefer to live, this is a habit that I want to lay down, and I'd like accountability for it. It's not as an excuse to go crashing into their life and say, how you doing with that sin in the middle of a coffee shop? But rather, what can I count on from you to volunteer accountability to me regarding the thing that you said you want to do? Can I count on you to take responsibility to tell me when you have this victory or when you've accomplished that step? So that feels more on a peer level than a top-down parental hierarchical level. Okay, so coaches provide relationship, perspective, empowerment, and accountability. Talk about some basic coaching principles, and you'll continue to ingest these as you read, as you study. Again, Appendix A and leadership coaching is a great place. Change is more a function of motivation than information. We actually like to introduce this with a question, how do we behave in many of our settings? How do we behave in church? How are things done in many churches? What's more important? Information or motivation? What would you say? What's more important for change in life? Weight loss, healthy habits. I mean, we know a plethora of things to do, but we don't do them until we're motivated, okay? And that, when you allow a person to speak and you listen, we hear that testimony, I think Cam, is that correct, Cam, your name? Yeah. That it touched a desire. Just by hearing yourself speak, eventually you come to this place of desire. That's a place to camp. That's a place to continue to listen and to inquire. You're stoking the fire. You're fanning that to flame. And understanding that change is more a function of motivation, we need to, in our coaching conversations, pay attention to the motivation and fan that, okay? People can solve their own problems. We're treating people as if they have a brain, and that they know mostest and bestest about the problem that they want to solve, instead of hijacking the conversation and telling them with a solution-focused question or a bad mentoring approach, well, here's what you need to do. Okay? And then it's an influence relationship, not an authority relationship. And that's how Tony opens his book. There's a seismic change occurring in the world of influence. Colin Powell talked about this after he left the military and he went in the public sector and talking about nonprofit organizations. Why do people do things? Because you tell them they need to from a top down, or is it relational influence? How do you gain relational influence? You listen, you honor, you gain equity in the relationship by caring about what others care about. And what happens after a period of time? It's a real privilege in many coaching relationships. You become one of the first go-to people that folks will call, text, guess what? Guess what happened? Guess what just accomplished? Guess what great thing? You've become a person who they experience as caring the most because you give the gift of listening and skillful interaction. A fun exercise at this point is for you to just think about what you've seen, what you've heard, and put together in your own words. And do this if you're with your peer. Let's just take a couple of minutes to do this. One thing, take about a minute to jot down what your definition of coaching would be at this point. And then share it with a peer or two. I'll give you about 3 minutes to do this completely. And I'm going to ask if about 4 people would come forward to share their definition. Okay, go ahead and take a couple of minutes and share that with your partner. Do you have the mic? Do you have the mic? Are there any feedback problems if I go out? Okay. All right, who has a definition they would be willing to share? And if others of you come behind, and she can hand you the microphone.
Okay.
Come up front if you would.
I'm Nicole, and this is my first seminar I've ever gone to where I thought I was coming to learn how to help other people instead of always working on myself. Oh God, I am so dysfunctional. I have come from a 40-year family of the first demo that we saw. I'm here to save everybody with my great intellect. And so for coaching for me is to duct tape my mouth, let the Holy Spirit calm my brain, and allow me to listen with my heart, especially having a teenage daughter. Because for me, I'm thinking, I'm still multitasking as I'm talking to her or listening to her. And I think I'm doing really well if I just don't have my phone in my hand. And so in listening actively, I'm loving, I'm honoring others and showing them Jesus through what we call like passivity, meaning just being quiet because you're interacting, but you're just being quiet and listening.
So coaching is loving and honoring others.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's beautiful.
So y'all can lay hands on me afterwards.
I wish somebody was here to paint the picture you described of the duct tape and quieting the mind. A picture of coaching.
Hi, I'm Lauren. My
Get up
definition of
closer.
my definition of coaching is just fanning the flame, being someone who is there to support them, care for them, and help them walk into their destiny.
Say it again. Say it again louder.
Fanning the flame, just being someone who is there to support them, care for them, and help them walk into their destiny.
Well done. Very good. Thank you.
My name is John. I have a very simple definition of coaching, helping people discover who God created them to be.
All right. It is. It's all these things. Yes, it is. Kenny.
I'm Kenny. I put that it's a relationship that is mutually beneficial and causes growth through honor so that goals are realized and destiny released.
Again.
A relationship that is mutually beneficial and causes growth through honor so that goals are realized and destiny released.
Woo! Good. This is gold. It's gold.
Hi, I'm Lori, and this is my friend, Mary Jo. And we're going to add more dimension to co-coaching. So it was just really interesting. Our definitions were different, but they were like so the same, if that makes any sense. So Mary Jo being the abstract thinker.
So we started, this is like a tag team, so we have to do this together. So it is,
co-coaching.
It's co-coaching. It is helping the person believe that the water is there so they can build the well.
And then my definition was, again, honoring and believing that the person, so that God is listening so that the person can draw out what God wants them to draw out. So we were still kind of dealing on the stuff is there that God wants to bring up out of the well. But, yeah, darn right that's good. Bam! That's what I'm talking about.
Oh. Coaching is fun. There's a definition. Coaching is fun. More definitions. And these are all right. It is all these things. It's a posture of the heart. It's a way of being. It's believing. It's honoring. Just about believing in people. You've heard that one. unlocking a person's potential to maximize their growth. Keep adding to your own definitions. I like this one from Dale Stoll. Mentoring is imparting to you what God has given to me. Coaching is drawing out of you what God has put into you. And think of the implications as you understand how to combine and synergize a prophetic culture with a coaching culture. Think of the implications for that, from that definition. Interesting movement. Tony Stoltzfus now has a Metaformation Institute. He does some workshops. Just the other day, he told me that he's made a new move. He has forbidden people to pray for each other in his workshops. So what are you doing, Tony? I mean, they can encourage and facilitate others to pray for themselves or talk to the Lord and hear for themselves. I want to take it to the next level. So we're giving, perhaps at times, and this deserves a broad discussion, I think, perhaps at times we're giving people fish rather than teaching them to fish. Okay? I know as I interact with folks, if they're not used to hearing God, he may do a demonstration through me by giving me something for them, which validates that he is miraculously speaking. He is communicating today, and he will show us things and tell us things. And then they can begin to believe that they too can hear from him. You heard from him this about me, and you're on, well, maybe that'd be valid for me. Okay? So think about that as you go. And, you know, it's on a later, we'll pay more attention later, but what do we do when we get downloads and we're in a coaching conversation? You know, do we share that? Do we use it to inform our asking? Do we tuck it away? You know what? I don't get real worried about that anymore because I figure the Holy Spirit's got the answer to that. So even that question you ask, what do I do with this? Why'd you give that to me now? And there's probably more information to follow. So, talking about reasons to be coached. What's cut off there, it may be on your paper, though, is a page number in leadership coaching. So some references. So think about this: to experience more transformation, grow faster, unleash people, develop leaders, improve interpersonal skills. I think we've touched on all these things. Which of these reasons most attracts you and why? I'll leave that as a rhetorical question. Something to explore with your peers later. Love to hear your feedback, but I think we're touching on it in our comments. We're going to talk about powerful open questions. There are a variety of questions that are powerful. We're going to focus on open questions because that's really one of the first transitions when you come out of a telling model of helping to an asking model. And we covered it early. Reflect back on the slide and the solution focus. Those are solution focused questions. Now, open questions are questions that can't be answered with a yes or a no. Did you like today's seminar? Yes. I didn't learn much from that. What did you like about today's seminar? What impacted you the most? What was most poignant, compelling, interesting to you? You're going to get a longer answer. You've just started a potential conversation. They tell you, you can reflect. They tell you more, you can reflect. They tell you, you can reflect, you can ask. One friend who's at a very high level of coaching others and training others to coach now said he had no idea how to have a 5-minute conversation before he took coach training. And now he can go on for hours just by asking a question and continuing to listen. And curiosity, I like to say Holy Spirit guided curiosity continues to move that conversation. How, what, when, where, not why. Try to avoid why. Why can sometimes put a person on the defense. I like the substitute how as an open interrogative. How did you decide to do that instead of why did you do that? And about thoughts, feelings, and desires. So if you draw a grid in your mind, and we actually drew this out in our book, how, what, when, where about thoughts, feelings, and desires. And that can be homework. But you put that grid in your mind, homework to say, what would be a potential question to put in that box regarding the content that was just shared with me? And I'm going to do this with Jen in a moment. Is Jen still around? Okay. Give her notice, if you would. Yeah, so that's how I'm going to come up with some curious questions. I've been considering what she shared. I'm now going to get the opportunity to ask some questions. You too will have an opportunity to do this in a moment based on what your partner shared with you in the previous exercise, and begin to land on a couple of questions. How, what, when, where about thoughts, feelings, or desires is the general. Okay, another way to open a person under open questions is, I heard you say, would you tell me more about that? That might be where you want to start. That might be where I start with her, and then lead into more of the specific interrogatives, how, what, when, where. Okay? And I also want to go quickly through intuition indicators just to alert you to this, and I think we're going to have time to do a demo on this, but I want you to think about what Jen shared, think about what your partner shared. Intuition indicators are where flags pop up for you as a listener. And you say, and you probably already do this, whatever your level of skill and practice is in listening to others, that's really important. Or one of my phrases that actually goes through my mind when I'm working with a client is, that's pay dirt. Mind that for a while. You know, pay dirt's where the ore is. Ooh, that's really important. Well, we put some terms with this. Where does intuition go off? The person's own discernment. You know, what I realized about myself, or what I just realized about myself is, okay, flag goes up. That's a place to continue to inquire. Turning points. Everything changed for the better when I came to Zion. Everything changed for the worse when this happened in my life. Camp out, that's important. Don't miss it. Make a note in the margin. May not be the time to inquire right then, but you could inquire. Ongoing conversation, question for the wonderful coach, the wonderful counselor, the great physician. Boy, that sounds important, Jesus. What do I do with that? He pops a question in your mind. You follow it. Strong emotion. I was angrier than I've ever been. I'd never been so sad. I felt more joy in my life. You know, another intuition indicator. That's important. Red flags, patterns. Red flags are obvious. Probably. You know, I think the solution to my loneliness is polygamy. Could you help me make the transition? You know, and that addresses a bigger question, because coaching can seem very non-directive and laissez-faire, and, you know, I'm going to help this person go wherever they want to go to fulfill their destiny. No. This is kingdom mindset. It's biblical worldview. It's the word of God. Red flag. Where in the Bible did you see that polygamy is an option for the New Testament believer, the New Covenant, to solve loneliness? Or how did you come up with this? Or what does your pastor think about that? Okay. But notice something you're doing. I'm combining in some training here a couple of techniques. You notice a red flag. What do you do with it? As a coach, you ask a question and let the person come to their own understanding about the rightness or the wrongness of that decision. Okay. And when you're in positions as a boss, as a pastor, as an elder, you know, as a ministry leader, what I say when people ask, can I maintain fidelity to the coaching pastor or the coaching posture and not tell them what I think they ought to do? And our answer to that, generally across coach trainers, is coach as long as you can, but if you have to, switch the hat, but do it respectfully. I really feel compelled to talk to you as a mentor, because I also serve that role in your life. So the visual on this is you flip the bill of the cap, but you're telling the person you're talking to, I need to flip the bill of the cap. Is that okay with you? You know, you're going to experience me differently. I'm going to do some telling or some, if that makes sense. And then patterns. Your client is chronically 5 to 10 minutes late for an appointment. You've noticed a pattern. What do you do with that? You bring it up. I've noticed that you've been late to our last 5 appointments. But now, in coaching, we're going to ask them to assign meaning to the behavior. I'm puzzled about that. I wonder what that means. Okay, we're honoring them to give them an opportunity to assign meaning to what they do and to impart understanding. The other thing I think this does for us as we're working in ministry with people, it protects us from negative imaginations. I've already concluded, if I want to diagnose this, they can't tell time. They obviously don't respect my time. This is a character defect. I mean, you can go off to the races with this kind of thing. Now, it's hard for some of us trained in the social sciences to not develop hypotheses about what's going on, but hold it loosely. It's not intellectually honest, even in the sciences, to marry ourselves to one of our hypotheses. We need to hold it loosely and gather more information. And one way to gather more information is to ask the person themselves, what does this mean? Okay? It gives us freedom when we do that too. We might be afraid to bring something up, but if it's in our heart to respect and to honor and to believe the best about another, we're going to bring up the pattern that we've noticed, but then we're going to go ahead and freely inquire because they're the ones who are going to perhaps indict themselves or give us a really reasonable explanation. My babysitter, or I just keep having this problem, or I take care of an elderly person in our family, it's really hard to get away, or I had one the other day from a cross-cultural mission worker. I was out from some workers in this country. It's really hard to get away from them. I'm so sorry. This is not a habit for me. They volunteered to explain what had, been a pattern. Okay, so enough about intuition indicators. And there are others that you can notice. We're going to do the questions demo. I'm going to do this with Jen briefly, and then you're going to do the same. You're going to meet with your peer, and you're going to ask your curious questions. In your debriefing time, excuse me, I think I need to take a glass of water or a drink. Come on up, Jen. What we want you to observe for in this is what's the effect of the questions? What do the questions do beyond the listening? How does she respond? I might have opportunity to ask several questions. And when you come to comment, pick out something specific that I ask and what the effect of that was. Welcome back. I think where I'm compelled to go the most is kind of toward the end, and the multiplication, the opportunity for those who receive the blessing of adoption to give the blessing to others. You've been on the receiving side. You want to be on the giving side. I'd love to hear you talk more about what it's meant to you to receive and to give quality, comprehensive care to people who are in this place. Do you need me? Okay, I've just done something that's not real good in coaching. I've asked what's called a compound question. Okay, it went on and on. It's a telltale sign that I don't have it together right now. And you can tell when the person you're coaching starts to look perplexed and lost, like, Okay, so more simply, how has this gotten so deeply in your heart, in your life?
It definitely has been something that has grown. I feel like in the last few years in particular, I've seen it really our model of the way we do adoption. We have a very open relationship with our birth families. I mean, we do visits. Charlotte just had her second birthday, and her birth family in Florida flew up to be a part of her birthday party. But as people have been a part of our family, or friends or church family, I feel like it has started to almost be a model for how other people are now viewing adoption. You know, like I mentioned before, there's oftentimes a stigma about adoption, of what it could look like. And I feel like what God has put on Sam and I's heart is that we really want to revolutionize what adoption can look like for families. We've had really good family members of ours recently adopt. They thought they were done. They'd had 5 kids, and God put a heavy weight on their heart. And Sam and I were able to connect them with the same agency that we used to adopt Charlotte, and they now have a beautiful daughter who's my niece, named Kendall, and she's a year old now. So it's been so fun to see how something like this can really snowball, and not only impact the kingdom, but obviously that one personally impacted me because I have another niece.
Can I?
Yeah.
I want to just recognize, and I guess kind of ask by reflecting, that the uniqueness of including the family who placed their child for adoption is really unique. And I wonder how it feels to you and Sam to be in relationship with, just how does that impact you to be in a relationship?
Honestly, I can't imagine it any other way. I really look at, or if you think about your kids, to be able to have multiple grandparents in their life. I mean, these people are people that love and adore our kids. They would do anything for them. So Sam and I look at it as, why not have more people that are cheerleading, you know, these kids on in life, you know? Our kids have, you know, all these sets of grandparents that dote on them and love them, you know. Sam and I have really just given this to the Lord. Not an ounce of us feels intimidated when the birth families are around. We really just look at them as an extension of our family. It's like having extended family, you know. And I also think, you know, this is becoming a more real way to do adoption these days. It used to be such a progressive idea. I mean, even when we adopted Max, you know, nearly 6 years ago, it was still a very progressive idea, but it's so interesting now to look at the results, to even look at Max and have a very open conversation with him about how he came to our family. And I just see how healthy it is. I feel like it gives him a sense of identity, who he is, it answers questions like, who does he look like? Where does he get his blue eyes from? I mean, his birth mom has these amazing blue eyes too, you know? So having that kind of openness with him, I think, is going to help him grow up into a confident, brave, you know, young man that knows who he is, you know, not only in this world, but obviously, you know, who he is to God too. So
it sounds like this is one of the keys in your mind to revolutionizing, destigmatizing, making it more attractive to parents to place their child for adoption.
Right.
But the least benefit is, where some of the most benefit is to the child.
Absolutely.
In working through the whole.
Right. And the thing is it is for the child at the end of the day. You know, it's not for Sam and I. It really is for our kids. Now, I do want to mention, though, that there's boundaries. There's always boundaries in situations like this. You know, if we, as his parents, did not feel like they were the best influence over our kids, or it wasn't the right time or season for them to be in relationship, then sometimes as a parent you have to make a hard call, you know? But our heart and our heart's desire and what we have seen really benefit our kids is just an openness, you know? If you ask Max, one of the easiest things we ever did was adopt Charlotte and get to tell Max about it, because he got it. He understood, you know? When we were in the hospital with Charlotte, Max, we were able to present the idea to Max by saying, Max, you know how, you know, your birth mom gave you to us as a present. Well, Charlotte's birth mom is going to give Charlotte to our family as a present as well. Wow. You know, you get to be a big brother you know, to Charlotte, we get to be called mommy and daddy, you know, because she's a gift to our family. So the fact that he already had a grid for that, he already understood, made it so much easier for him to just, I mean, that's just how it is. That's the idea, you know, so.
So you've already had the opportunity to multiply this
Mhm.
a bit.
Mhm.
What do you think, I don't know if you've thought about, what do you think might be some next steps to take it further for more?
That's where I'm stuck. No, I do. I feel like that this idea that not only myself but Sam and I have stirring just is very multifaceted. You know, a part of it is what we talked about previously with being able to provide, you know, finances for people to be able to do that. But that's just one facet, you know. Another facet is for Sam and I to, or now even my brother-in-law and sister-in-law, who also have now experienced adoption, is for us to be able to sit down and really help people, you know, understand, well, what's right for you? What does this look like? Would you adopt domestic, or, you know, would you want to pursue international? And asking them inquisitive questions, because what's worked for us doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be modeled the exact same way to be successful for someone else. You know, that's where Holy Spirit comes in and says, this is what's right for your family, and that's what's going to make it successful for them.
So it sounds like part of your vision or strategy for the multiplication is to honor the uniqueness of
Correct.
others' visions and
Absolutely.
experiences.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, there's not, in any situation, there's not, especially in this, there's not just one right way of doing it, you know? Especially, too, if you think about it, it's like God's bringing, you know, these birth families and adoptive families together always in a unique way. So there's absolutely going to be uniqueness to each story. There's nothing I love more than sitting and listening to other people's adoption stories, because each one, every single one of them, is miraculous in its own way, you know, whether it was the struggles that people went through to get to that point, whether it was just the heart that God put on a couple to adopt, and then how this child came into their family. I mean, it's nothing short of a miracle when you listen to all these stories.
Wow, that's neat.
So.
What question would you like me to ask you that I haven't asked you? What would you like to talk about that you would like to be asked about? It's okay to say none. I'm just throwing in another way to.
That's good.
So it's the asker, listener, not assuming that I've been 100%. That there may be something, sometimes a powerful question. Are you good?
Yeah, I think so. I guess I'm trying to think of a way to pose it as a question. Like, maybe I know the answer, but I don't know what the question is. Does that make sense?
What's the answer?
Well, I guess the answer is, or maybe even my question back to you, so you might have to throw a question back my way to do the coaching and not the mentoring, is if I have all these ideas that maybe fit, you know, under, let's say, this topic, you know, because we're talking about finances and a foundation. We're talking about adoptive couples. I haven't even begun to talk about my passion for the birth mom, you know, and where she fits in this story, and, you know, launching her into her destiny and what redemptive love looks like, you know, for her once she's in this decisional point of her life. But how does all that flow together and turn into what the big vision is?
Yeah, so if we were to take this further, and I was trying to demonstrate more than asking where I would go and where I'm going to go in the coaching funnel demo, my next question would be, well, what does it look like in your current thinking when the agency, the foundation, is doing everything that you could imagine? And maybe walk that through a case. So we go right to the ideal future. And I would step back, and by when would you love that to be a reality? And you'd say, well, realistically, it's 3 years out. Yeah. Okay, well, what might be a 2-year? What might be a 1 year? What might be 6 months? You know, what would be most important in your mind? What would be first? How would you see sequencing these? What would be the first facet to build into? If you can't do everything, don't do nothing because you can't do everything right away. Do something, and strategically, what would that be? So I'd be asking questions still to you about the ultimate vision, but then breaking it down into bite-sized pieces and on a timeline. So,
So more goal oriented
Uh-huh.
as far as short term versus long term.
yeah.
Okay.
We know generally what it is through this exploration, what it is, why it's in your heart, how it's come to be as a passion in your life. And now this is dreams or cost-free aspirations, goals have a budget and a plan. You have a dream, you want this to be reality. Now it's the due diligence of the continuing coaching conversation toward SMART goals, action steps, accountability to take those steps.
Great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now, let's do a debrief. So, a little appreciation to Jen again. She's told us more. Hey, you want to hang out for a second? Yeah, okay. What was the effect of adding some questions to opening things in
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
What did it do to add some questions? Last time I just listened. Now I've asked questions. What was the effect of that on you?
I feel like it definitely got my wheels turning more. And it's almost like it just took, it went a little deeper or took me another layer. So it wasn't just me this time telling you, hey, here's my passion, here's what gets me excited, here's what, makes me come alive. It was more, tell me more specifically about this. What would this look like? At least those were the kinds of questions. It felt like it was stirring those kind of questions in my heart to once again having it become more of a reality. And I feel like it affirmed that I could do this. I feel like more than anything, I felt as we were talking this through and you were asking those kind of questions, I felt like it put legs to it a little bit more than just this idea kind of that's far out there. All of a sudden it feels like it's a little bit more in grasp of, wow, if I actually sat down and got to work on this and started writing things out and making connections, I think I could do this, So it gave me a confidence that.
So if you're talking about mining tools, questions are levers that open, they dig deeper, they go deeper into places of your heart that you covered just when you were being listened to. And did you notice a rhythm, a little bit of a rhythm of some reflection and then another question? Okay. Was there a particular question that I asked that was particularly effective or helpful?
That last one.
Okay.
About the goal setting,
Okay.
but I know that that's like a whole nother step. But I don't know if there was a specific question again, because I feel like, again, you would ask a question, and I noticed this time the kind of 3 to 5 that you were talking about.
Yeah.
I'd kind of do 3 to 5 sentences, and you were able to kind of, again, take a little bit deeper to keep unlocking things,
So, and I'm modeling a debriefing as you work with somebody. You just ask them, what did you like? What would you like me to do more of, less of? If I were to continue coaching you, what works for you in the way that I'm listening and asking? And would there be any adjustment that you would like me to make that would be helpful to you?
I can't think of, no.
Okay.
I can't think of a big adjustment or no, I can't.
Okay. And what you can do, you just reiterate, you're in a servant posture. This is about them. No matter how you structure this relationship, I'm your servant in this. If you ever have any feedback about something you'd like more of or less of that helps you to work through this, I want you to tell me.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you speak in the mic?
As he brought up some 6-month goal, year goal, so you started thinking about, gee, I maybe haven't thought of this area yet. I need to give this more consideration. I need to explore this and break this down as far as different parts of the dream. Did that scare you or did that excite you? Because in some instances it can make it seem like, oh, I haven't even thought about this. Maybe this is more overwhelming and bigger than I had thought. That could be the scary part, or the exciting part is, oh yeah, I need to nail this down and this will bring me closer to making it a reality.
Yeah, Yeah, I definitely think it was it's the latter, how it made me feel. I feel like before this, you know, which I'm sure some of you can relate to this, but you have a dream in your heart and you're just not sure how to get it going, you know? You almost feel intimidated or overwhelmed at the beginning of it because maybe either the idea is too big or you don't know how to put the puzzle pieces together. So just briefly as we worked through this morning, I feel an even more greater excitement in this particular area. And I feel like if we would continue working together, kind of the next steps that we talked about, you know, the goal setting and taking it off in small chunks, you know, okay, what would you do next? You know, what would you do in 3 months? What's your 6-month goal? You know, do you think that this whole vision that you have, you know, what would your goal be? Would it be to have it, you know, off and running in 3 years, you know? But I feel like breaking it down like that all of a sudden makes it seem more attainable and not just this vision that's like up in the clouds, you know?
It's a great question because you probably notice the mood and emotion in comparison to the earlier. Exploration of vision and desire is kind of exciting, and we all kind of get emotionally excited. When you begin to work toward a goal, for us, sanguine, eyes on the disc, if you want to talk about that, I am partially. One is it's a little bit like sobering. Can't we just talk about more ideas for a while? I mean, sobering. Oh, this is going to take some elbow grease. It's going to take some time. It's maybe not going to happen as fast as I thought it would. But here's what's great about coaching. You will get more done if you marry yourself to the process. If you hold yourself accountable to it, if you put yourself in a relationship with someone to coach you, what we're talking about, discovering your purpose, taking hold of goals and dreams, you'll probably get more done because you're not just talking about it. How many ideas are talked about? How much time is spent? But stewardship of that is following up with, exactly. I think Jim said a couple of weeks ago, you know, a vision without a plan is a hallucination. Yeah. Or dreams with, you know, dreams are cost-free aspirations, goals have a budget and plan. So this is where the rubber meets the road. If you're coaching somebody on goal-oriented stuff, you know, are they going to do it or are they not going to do it? Their choice, okay? And they can set a SMART goal. They can say action steps. They come back for a session. What have you done? I haven't done anything. I got distracted. Or, you know, you continue to believe the best. What would you like to do with that? Well, life happened. Life interfered. I'd like to table it for a while. Or I'd like to rededicate myself to that. Or I'd like to bite this off in smaller chunks. Okay? And we'll talk more about that in ongoing skills training of how you deal with that. And even today, we have an exercise. So, okay, your turn. We're going to take 20 minutes to do it. That gives you until 12:05. You're going to do what we did. Open questions, intersperse some reflection. 12:05 gives you 20 minutes. Give each other about 7 minutes to do this. Take your break. I'll give you a 10-minute warning and a 5-minute warning from the mic so that you know. All right? Okay, a couple of things in debriefing. If I could have first two people come up and share what it did for you to be asked, and the second two persons to talk about the questions. You know, what did you notice about forming a question, and what do you think the effect was of asking that question? So the first two people, where did it take you? What was the effect of being asked? Because that added to the listening. And the second two people, you know, what about the formation of the question, and what did you notice? So run to the front. Run to the front. I want to hear Stampede. We're committed to, let me tell you this, while those four people are coming forward, in faith, I'm saying, they were coming. They're coming. I see them coming. You know, I was at a church growth conference once, Jim. I don't know if you do this or you consider this, but they had the decision maker, was something the churches could buy. So when people would go to leave early, they had a conveyor belt that actually brought them to the front, brought them to the altar. So if you'll turn on the conveyor and bring some people forward, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, what I learned from being asked the questions is how much I don't know about what I'm thinking, about what my aspirations are and things like that. I'm really in a position where I need more information, and I need to find ways to get it. So.
Okay, good. How much I don't know, I need more information, need to find ways to get it. That's a frequent coaching question with people who are building something, doing something. Instead of telling them where to go to get the information, we ask them, since you want more information, where are some places you can think of going to get that information? And just a little bit of a preview on where we'll go in teleclasses is a 5 options. I'll say, Tom, I want you to come up with 5 options. I can't think of any. You know, we can just sit here quiet and pray and ask for some options to come to mind, and you get to 3, you know, you go, well, here's one. Okay. And then you might say, I don't think that's a very good option. Never mind. Just let's come up with options. Because in brainstorming, you might be able, in brainstorming, the rule is it doesn't have to be evaluated. Don't evaluate it first. Something might come to that. You get to 3 and say, I really can't think of any, Jeff. Do you have some ideas? But what I've done, I've given you the responsibility and the opportunity to come up with those options. So, thank you, Tom. All right.
My name is Ryan, and my peer is someone I know really well, and we've had a lot of interaction, a lot of these similar discussions, and just thought-provoking and heartfelt and relational. And so I was just we went through the motions, but it prompted stuff out of me I didn't expect. So as we talked, it was like he valued something in this second go that he brought something up I thought I just barely touched on in our first session. And I thought he would do a follow-up question about the 90% of what I talked about. He picked this one little thing, and I went, oh, well, that's this. Well, as it started culminating and coming out of me, I started coming up with ideas for the thing that was birthed in me years ago. And so creatively it started flowing. And I thought, wow, that was just really cool and unique. And in our first session, too, he brought something out of me that we both know each other's trades really well and how the physicality of them. And then it got me even thinking for retirement. Well, I could do what I'm doing right now because I'm running my business. I'm not working in it. Well, I could do this. So it almost gave me this sense of peace, like, God, you just snuck in. And it's like, here I am, you know, thinking about life changes and long term. And it's been really amazing to.
And you stuck in through a question you weren't thinking to ask yourself.
Right.
But your partner, with Holy Spirit guided curiosity, landed on something and asked you about it, and he wove it together.
Yeah.
To give you something you've been wanting.
Yeah, and also rebirth things that, like, I thought that was just, well, that's a dead idea or whatever, and so it's rekindling things too. So to be intentional and talk about stuff that you thought, well, it was a fleeting moment or whatever, it's right there, and I'm like, oh, I got to get on that.
Awesome, Ryan.
Yeah, it was
Thank
cool.
You. So I'm thinking, as Ryan's talking a little bit too, trust the process. More than that, trust who is in charge of the process. Okay?
Another thing I want to say, because you just said, Ryan said, you remembered my name. And you remembered Cam, and you remembered, what I understand is the person's most favorite word in their language is their name. So that shows value too. So I just wanted to point that out, that when you're intentional of listening and you remember their names, and that's something I'm big on. So very impressed with that. Thank you. That's cool.
Thanks for wearing your name tag, Ryan. No, actually, I just double checked, but when we talked on the phone yesterday or the day before, I thought I connected you, so try it. You know, going into businesses, restaurants, Jim and I were just talking about, this has got to get out there. The simplest of interactions can become transformational. Person who serves food to you, takes your money, they have a name tag. Hey, Riley, what's been great about your day today? Hey, Riley, what do you love about your job? Well, I really don't love my job. You know, or the waitress, or, you know, Lord, what curious question would you give to me that may open the door to what you want to do in their life through conversation?
What's my name? You met me earlier.
Mika?
Milka. That
Milka.
was close.
Okay.
That was close. So, could you ask me the question again?
About the question, how was it for you to come up with a question, in forming a question? How that happened? How easy was it? Challenging was it? And then what was the effect of the question or the questions that you asked? What did you notice?
So my partner was the guy back there, Nate Dyke, and it was kind of challenging at first to come up with questions, but it was really cool just going into it thinking, I'm here to listen to him. And so that to me changed everything, because usually when I go into conversations, I'm used to like, oh, what do they want to pull out of me, you know, this time? And so I'm kind of like, okay, what am I going to share? And so I'm thinking in my head like answers to their questions right away. And with him, it was like, I just want to listen to what you have to say. I don't care about what's in my heart or like my mind. And so when he was like answering the question, I was trying to think, how can we go deeper? And so I started pulling off of that and just digging into questions that would be a lot more deeper. And the conversation went into a lot of depth, and it actually sparked something within me, because he's like all about nations and he's so passionate about it. And I felt like just talking to him was stirring something within me. It was like, I want to be more passionate about nations. I want to travel to other nations and, you know, get to know different cultures.
You arsonist, you're igniting each other. You didn't know you could be set on fire like that, huh? Just by listening and asking?
Yes.
Good, thank you. Thank you. Well, yeah. So going to give, Milka touched on the difference between going to listen and giving love and giving loving listening, and going to what am I going to talk about, what am I going to share. Much more freeing to go to give. I love to drive to an appointment or anticipate an appointment and just begin to, what am I curious about? What would I like to know about? What did they talk about last time? What happened with that? And then as you hang out in a culture, again, of people who are doing that, you know, you get to the table and it's, you know, who's going to talk first? You know, who gets to ask first? Now, there is strategy if you both have a meal served at the same time, because if you ask first, you get to eat your food while it's hot. So. I'm going to pass over the intuition demo. Those of you that carefully take notes and review, I just want to tell you, in the fluidity of what we're doing and experiencing and the feedback, I think that's going to be best treated in our teleclasses. And what will happen in that is your trainer will tell a personal, transparent story and ask you to pick up on the intuition indicators and to ask curious questions. And then we'll give you feedback on the effect of that question, and that's a confidence builder. Okay, and I've also wanted you to have these notes so that you can replicate some of the practice times on your own with your peer and with others outside of today, especially if you're going on in the skills training. So you can think back, what did Jeff do? How did he set it up? How could we set this up when we meet over coffee, and do the same thing and do it more to have more time and more repetitions in that. Okay? in addition, we'll be providing some peer session guidelines for you to do skills practice. And I wanted to get over that because I want to talk about a couple things before we do a coaching funnel demo. Come back to conversations. No, let's not do that. And I'm just going to let you review the notes on coaching and prophetic culture. I think I've said these things. I don't want to be redundant. So you can just review the notes on that. And that's going to be an ongoing conversation here. The coaching funnel is soup to nuts, A to Z. If you have time. Sorry. I know some folks needing to leave, and that's perfectly fine. God bless you. Let me tell you something real quick. This has been video and recorded, so if you don't feel like you're going to miss something, you're going to be able to see it. Folks, we're going to go ahead and add a half hour on and end by 1 instead of ending at 12:30. If you have firm plans, you need to leave at 12:30 because you've planned on that, go ahead. Go in peace. We can get you a link to watch the last 30 minutes. You're not missing anything. And then there's being constructed a pay-per-view option for others who have missed. They'll pay the same fee that you have. They'll respond to comments. They'll sign on the honor system. Yes, I have watched this. Here are my comments, here are my questions, and a trainer will pay attention to those. So to let you know what's happening. But again, be free to get up and go if you've made firm plans for today and you're not missing anything. You can pick it up on the recording. So the coaching funnel is how to have any conversation. This is what a coach has in mind when they have a conversation. Ideally, any one session, 45 minutes to an hour coaching session, time you spend with a person, this is what it looks like. In the real world, it may not. You may hang out at one portion of the funnel for several sessions, and that's okay. Ripe fruit picks easily. Petals fall softly and quietly as they're ready to fall. I was talking to Judah earlier, and a feather came, so that also may fall. So what we're going to do in the demo, I want you to look at this. At the top is goal, and then the funnel widens, and this is to show you're going to spend more time and hang out in this portion of the conversation. That's exploration. That's asking and listening, which we just did. And then there are options, and we generate options. And I'm going to do this in the next demo. We're going to do all of this. We're going to work through the whole funnel. So take a look at the skills and the techniques. I'm going to do some that we haven't specifically practiced today, but taste and see. We want to show you the entire process and what's available as and if you go forward in training and what you will become confident to do for others. I want to talk about 3 qualities of coaching conversations quickly before we do the demo. We've talked about being relationship-based, client-centered, goal-driven. That's a nice little trio to remember. We've talked about desires and dreams. What is in you? What is the motivation? This is an exercise you can do on your own. I'm going to do it in the demo in a moment, and that's the way we're going to actually begin the conversation. We're going to do a desires exercise leading into an ideal future or what will happen when this goal has been realized and it's been accomplished. And here's what we're doing, the coaching funnel demo. And don't be afraid to try this at home. Note where you do well. Note where it is that you feel challenged. And the surprise demo is Jim Baker. Please come forward. I'm so glad that's on tape. Yeah, all right. So I'm putting the coaching funnel back up for you. Thanks for doing this, Jim.
Welcome, Dr. Phil.
I don't know if this is on. Is that on?
Test. There it is.
Oh, that's good. You said you're welcome what?
You're welcome, Dr. Phil.
Oh, great.
I feel like Dr. Phil up here, so.
Yeah, good. So you have something in mind. Desires exercise. I'm going to spring this on you a little bit. Just if you do this, we do this in marriage and go back and forth. What would you like? What do you want? I want to hang out this evening, watch a movie. I want some help around the house. I'm just going to ask you, Jim, touch on some desires in your life, personal, professional, and include the one we're planning to talk about. But I want to show you how you can discover substance, a subject to land on, to form, to work on, to develop a goal. So what do you want? What do you want more of, less of? What do you want to accomplish? What would you like to do? What are just some desires you're aware of right now in different areas of your life?
Well, this isn't what we talked about on the phone, so this is good. You're springing it on me. You know, I mean, big picture, my heart is really for the region. And, I mean, you know, Bill Johnson has a saying, the light that shines farthest burns brightest at home. So things work here, but I always have an eye to the region and what that looks like. And so, you know, marriage, miracles, money, those are really big ways to influence a city. You know, you see, Jesus says the way that a husband loves a wife shows the world the way that Jesus feels about the church, the way that Christ loves the church. And so marriage is actually have a prophetic statement to the city about what God really feels about them. So that's going to be a really big part of what we do in 2015. Miracles, you know, Jesus makes this crazy statement. I mean, he's walking out of a city who's just rejected Chorazin and Bethsaida, and he says, "Woe to you, Chorazin! Woe to you, Bethsaida!" He said, "If the miracles I performed in you had been performed entire inside on, they would have repented in sackcloth and ashes." So right in the middle of just this kind of an odd story, Jesus, he unrolls a kingdom jewel there, that miracles can turn the heart of a wicked city on a dime. And so that's one of the reasons we're going after it, is it just demonstrates what God is really like. And then money, you know, if two of the doctrines that have been most demonized for me growing up was the health and wealth gospel. And, you know, if the enemy can keep you sick and poor, he's going to keep you ineffective. You know, Proverbs says that a poor man's wisdom is despised. You can have the greatest wisdom, but if you're living in poverty, the world's not going to give you their ear to hear it. And so all the abuses of the health and wealth thing, the bottom line is God does not want you sick and poor. So whatever you feel about those two things. And so I think to be effective in the city, we really need to begin to reclaim, what does the Bible say about money? You know, how much is enough? What would it look like? And it began to hit me this morning, Mary and I were driving in the car, is, you know, when I pray for somebody to be healed, I'm never worried like, oh my goodness, I just gave away all my healing anointing. Like, what if there's not enough for that next person? And yet sometimes when I write a check that stretches me, there's that twinge in my heart of, what if there's not enough? What if God doesn't supply enough? And so it just began to reawaken in my heart that, you know, I did a big series on money, and it was really life transforming for me, but there's just more to go in my heart. Because here's the reality. Jesus says to the guy, you turned 5 talents into 10. He said, I'll give you influence over 10 cities. And so for me, it's like, if I can get this thing happening in my heart, God will give us influence in the city. And so I don't want to just have like, wow, that church, they sure are prosperous. Like, I want to have a church that is unleashing a financial anointing. Like, I'm not worried about never having enough. It's like God can find a group of people to land on whose hearts are so completely at rest that no one can take better care of me than Dad. Like the birds of the air, they're not freaking out, where am I going to get my next meal? So if I can begin to get that in my heart and create a movement of people that begin to get that in their heart, that God really does love me, that no one's going to take better care of me than Dad. And when I release this, I'm never worried that there's never going to be enough, because I've got this relationship with Dad. And he smiles because I have his heart, and I begin to unleash this on a city, and God's like, I can give you influence over 10 cities, and begin to have a people. And, you know, there was a great turn in the 1500s with Martin Luther when he got a revelation that, man, I'm not pleasing God by my works. I'm pleasing God by faith. Turned the revolution upside down. When John Alexander Dowie began to bring back the baptism of the Holy Spirit and the gift of healing the body of Christ, there was a revolution that we're still unpacking. And I really want to see a revolution in finances, because Jesus says it's the kindergarten of spiritual life. He said money, your use of faith for money is the least. And so if we can't get the least, we're not going to empty out hospitals. If we can't get the least, we are not going to reform adoptions. If we can't get the least, why? Because anything else is greater than least. And so my heart is for us as the people of God to just trust God. If we can't do that with our money, all this destiny stuff is just dreams.
You can't see it, but I see his eyes, and this really touches you. It's really deep.
Yeah.
Resting in his love, yourself, and what you want for others, what you want others to experience.
Yeah.
So, desires exercise can go a lot of ways. Jim could have said a sentence or two. And I said, what else would you like? What else do you want? What are some other desires? He would have said another. He would have said another. He took off with it. Okay. He doesn't have to fit the structure of the way I'm prepared to do it. I need to follow him. Now remember, I'm in a servant posture, right? It opened, he lands on it, and now what I'm going to say, this is the way I'd say it, I don't want to be disingenuous to you. We did land on what could you do with this whole money thing. But if I were to do this and, like I'd never heard that before, I'd say, Jim, it really sounds like this whole finance thing is huge. It's the thing I heard you talk most about right now. What would you like to do with that? I mean, if you could, if we look at the coaching funnel and there's a goal, something you'd like to do with that, or God has spoken to you, what is it that you would like to accomplish?
Yeah, well, I mean, the next step, I really feel like I'm supposed to write a book on it. And so, yeah, that's where we're at. That's good.
How did that come to mind? How did you land on that as a step to take toward the larger vision?
Well, I did an 18-part series on it, which
it sounds like a big book.
That got me thinking. Yeah, well, I won't kill everyone with all that stuff. And a lot of that, that changed me. I prepared a year for that series. The Lord said, you're going to speak on it, and I thought it was going to be like 4 or 5 parts, and I thought, man, I don't even know how I can do 4 or 5 parts. And then the Lord just began to change me, and what really began to stir in me was, we're never going to, A.W. Tozer made a statement. He said, the most important thing about you is what you think about when you hear the word God. And so what do people think about when they hear the word God? And it just began to shift my mindset is if I never experience him as an abundant father, then I don't really know who he is. And I'm never going to be able to represent that to the world. We owe this world an encounter with an abundant father. And so if I've got Mark 7 says, your religious teachings have made the word of God of no effect. And so in reaction to the error of some of the excesses of a few prosperity preachers, a lot of those guys had it right, but they were just lumped in with the others. In reaction to error, we've created all these religious doctrines that have made the word of God of no effect in people's lives, have made it spiritual to be poor. And if I were to share a dead-raising testimony, the room would come to their feet. If I were to share that I just got a $100,000 check in the mail or a $100,000 bonus at work, people would be like, because there's that religious tendency to say, healing, yay, money miracle. Now you're getting a little prideful. That's a little too much. We need to break that off of people.
So I think I hear you saying you want to say something fresh, different, more accurate. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think there's some weeds that need to be pulled, and so that we can. Otherwise, you're going to have that running conversation in your head. Yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but what about this? And so I really feel like part of what I need to do is pull up some of those things, but then and then also just deal with the heart issues, because I want to be the kind of person who can't handle the money that will flow through and not be worried about is there enough. It's like the inside of a hose gets wet, and so as money's flowing through me, I know no one's going to take better care of me than Dad. Part of my stewardship is going to be me enjoying the finances that are flowing through me with my family. He's a good God. Like, he didn't create just like one tree in the garden. And it was like, it was when Adam and Eve woke up, they woke up to an abundance, more than they could ever have. It's like, how much sky do you need? Like, he's an abundant God. And so, yeah.
And so the book will present in an accurate, approachable, compelling way all of this.
I hope so.
And pass it on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has to start with, I like what you were saying about motivation and information. And so I want to paint a picture on the inside of people that it changes the way they view God, the way they view money, and the way they view themselves. I mean, if you don't see that you're worthy to be blessed, if you don't see that you really could be a person who's not only out of debt, but that they can begin to bring freedom to other people. I mean, I had a pastor, and he was part of a group of people, and they give $100,000 a year to the city for like some Kiwanis type of thing. And he said they had the ears of the city fathers. I'm thinking $100,000 is what it takes to get the ears of the city fathers to influence. It's like, let's do that.
Sure.
Like, what would 100 times that do as you begin to pour into a city? I mean, there's so many things that you can begin to do, but
you may have touched on this, but I want to ask this question before we try to set a very specific, measurable goal around your book. What will it mean to you to have a book that you can put in people's hands that has the effect that you've described?
Man, as a pastor, I mean, your heart is the people, and so when you see people, all of us in our church are currently living below our potential for what God has. But, here's a goal for my family that might say it. Like, if I could see this happening in families as a result of this book, and I've already talked about what I want to see happen in the city. I like to see it have a Martin Luther type effect on reclaiming what the abundant heart of the Father. But my goal for my kids is that by the time they leave the house, like they already have investment portfolios, is that they would have enough passive income to cover their living expenses, so they never had to look to money to see whether or not they could say yes to God. So they got something on their heart. They would never have to go to their bank account. Spirit of mammon, can I do this? They would only have to worry about the yes to God. They would never have to just work for money. And so to see a people, I mean, work is a good thing. I mean, and so I'm not talking about everyone being millionaires. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about when God promises that he would abound unto every good work, that you would have more than enough in every situation. So what that would do to me, to have a book like that had that kind of impact, is to have people freed up into their destiny so that they never had to look to money to say yes to God. They could just say yes to God. And that they could have the kind of thing that even if God said, empty out everything and sell everything, it would be with joy. Like, I cannot wait to see what Dad's up to. I know if he's doing this is going to be crazy.
What does it mean to you now to see people free to say yes to God? And what does it mean to you when you imagine seeing your children be in a position to never have to say no to something he asked them to do? What does that mean to you as a father?
Yeah, I mean, for them to be able to start off on that kind of on a playing field that we're trying to get to. I mean, you're talking generational stuff now. You're talking about their grandkids starting off on a spot. I mean, to not have that burden of debt around your neck, to not. They're going to need their own experiences with faith and being stretched. And I'm not saying they're going to need their own. They're needing to take the knowledge that they have and turn it into experience. But for them to be able to walk in that, I mean, we see it with the healing and the prophetic. I mean, they're already.
So imagine the day, Jim. Your children are all adults. This is the reality. They each just called you and said, I said yes to God on this and this and this. And you realize if they hadn't been in a financial position that they are, they may have hesitated or not been able to say that yes. How does that feel to you? You get off the phone and you look at Mary and you say,
yeah. I mean, it's a wow.
Okay.
What's more fun than money's just a tool to see people's lives change, and it's just a way for you to partner with God. It's just like, when you don't have money, well, it's going to drive you closer to God. God, what do we do here? When you got a bunch of money, God, what do we do here? It's not my money. And so to see my kids being shaped by money, see, money reveals your heart, but it also shapes it, you know. And so, you know, I mean, all I want is for my kids to walk in everything God has for them. And this is a part that has been robbed from the church. And, you know, it started with the Desert Fathers acting like it was spiritual to be poor. And, you know, one of the poorest ways to help the poor is to be poor. And Jesus said, the poor you'd always have among you. Well, that's because they don't live in Columbus in about 10 years. So.
All right. So just a coach's comment on process. What do you want? We're exploring it. And really it's the question, why do you want it? That what will this mean to you to realize this that's in your heart, that God has put in your heart, that he is prompting you to do? Touches motivation and desire. And when you're talking about accomplishing goals or doing the hard thing, when the why is big enough, the how will emerge and the want to will continue.
That's good.
When the why is big enough, the how will emerge and the want to will continue. So say we continue in a coaching relationship around this, it gets tough sledding with the book, and we revisit, why'd you want this? Why'd you want this? What will this mean? What will this mean to you as a father? What will this mean to you as a pastor? What will this mean for what God has put in your heart for others? All right, so when are you going to do the final editing? When are you going to assign yourself time to do the step you need to do? So we're moving down through the coaching funnel. We've done some exploration with some asking and listening. You heard some questions. You heard some listening. You've done that this morning. And now to, we're going to go back up to the top and get real specific and measurable. A book, Jim. By when? What, by when, and how will you know? What's the goal? It's a book. By when, and how will you know when it's done?
When having to invade your finances by this August, and I'll know when I've got it in my hand. So.
Okay, so by August, which day in August?
How about the first day of August?
First day of August. There, you heard it. Okay, how's that feel to say it that specifically?
I've never said it that specifically, and so.
What's that do? What's the effect of?
It gets me excited. You know, it's like, you know, goes from hallucination to.
Are you counting up the number of days or hours between now and August 1st?
I have a figure, you know, 10 to 18 hours to turn a sermon manuscript into a chapter, and you know, and then the number of weeks, the number of chapters. You know, probably looking at 40 to 60,000 words. You know, probably 10 to 12 chapters. So yeah,
you've done some work on the numbers. I mean, you've begun to budget your time to make this really happen.
I've got a month cushion in it if I on my schedule. So
let's pretend for a moment that you are pre-action steps.
Okay.
And you just told me you want a book by August 1st.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say, we're going to go could, want, will. What could you do? What are some action steps you could take to make that reality?
Yeah, and this really came out of you saying, hey, we're going to do this as a demonstration. And so so I was like, you know what, I better do a little work here. So what I looked at was, you know, okay, I've got 18 sermons. I can't do an 18-chapter book. I don't know. That's probably 2 books. And so, you know, just begin to look at.
So you ask yourself what's realistic.
What's realistic, you know, and I sought some outside advice. I talked to someone who does a lot of the books for the Bethel pastors, and she spent 4 hours with me and just walked through. She said it's going to take you 10 to 18 hours to turn a sermon manuscript into, she said, probably for you 18. You're going to be super picky. And so per chapter. So I was like, okay. And she said, typically books are 40,000 to 60,000 words. And she said, Danny Silk's chapters are 50,000 words. They're a little more, because the way he talks, it's more words. And so just began to give me a picture of that. So I began to kind of break down, okay, if I take Thursdays and use Thursdays to write, how many of those would it?
So the generation of action steps, if we were doing this afresh, it would have been around, what do you think you could do to make this reality? And you probably would have responded something like, and you've coached yourself through this, obviously, and you're trained as a coach, so no surprise. I could figure out what's realistic. I could figure out how many words are in a book. I could figure out how much time it's going to take me to write a chapter. And in an ongoing coaching process, then I would have said, well, which of those do you want to do? Which of those are most important to do? Well, they're all important. And then, would you really like to do those? Would you like to assign yourself as action steps? And what about the budget and the plan on that? Yeah, I really want to do them. And by when do you want to do them, Jim? Well, I'd like to know all that information by the end of next week. I don't have to preach next weekend. I have time to do it. And then even further, actually, in a coaching conversation, and I might introduce this with a little bit of hesitation and say, can I push you? Or would it be okay if I push you to get even more specific and tell me the days and the times that you're going to take these action steps and how much time? And Jim is either going to say, as a leader of his own life, no, that's enough specificity. I got it. I'll let you know when it's done. Or he's going to say, and many leaders do this, no, you know what? I'm going to pull out my calendar right now, and I'm going to put myself on the hook for each of these action steps on a specific day, because if I don't do it now, I'm off to the next thing when I get out of this coaching session, and I like the accountability of you knowing that. Will you hold me accountable, Jeff? I will, Jim, but I'd like to do it this way. When you knock each of these things off, would you send me a text or a note that you did it? Now the monkey of accountability is on his back rather than on my back.
I'm not sure what you guys just caught here. I mean, you know, a lot of time the rest of the training is going to be working through the funnel, but you can see how there's a difference between discovering your destiny and developing in it. And this developing, this coaching piece is the missing part of anything. The discovery part is missing. There's just, I can name you maybe 2 churches that I've come across that are even trying this. But this part of having someone sit there and take it from dream into reality is invaluable. So I've said it's almost like coaches have magic powers, because I've watched things happen where people go from stuck, I'm not sure, I got this dream, prophetic words, to, so you know, you went through it rather quickly, and this is the process that they'll be learning, but like what he just said, that's amazing. So I hope they caught that.
Yeah, let's linger there for just a second. Okay. And summarize. So we began with desires, and we go back up to what's the thing you want to do? I want to write a book. What could you do to get that done? I could find out what I need to do to get it done. And Jim obviously is the leader of his own life and experienced in the process, assigned himself some action steps, got some outside advice, put a cushion in there, kept asking himself some questions, and basically worked himself. I could do this. The want to is, which of those do I want to do? And also an evaluation, which of these are absolutely necessary to do. So your could-do list can be really long. Your want-to list gets pared down because he's going to do what he really thinks will work and what he wants to do. The key point in coaching. Do they want to do it or not? I can think he should do it, but it's not my place to tell him that. Because he's going to do what he wants to do more than what anybody else thinks he should do. Basic human principle. So it's, and you honor. He might have something on his want-to list that you think won't work. He comes back and said it worked fine, and you're humbled as a coach again, going, he's obviously a better leader of his life than I am a leader of his life. And then finally, the will do. Do you want to do that? This is commitment. That's not an open question. That's a very direct question. Do you really want this? I do. Why? This is why I want it. What obstacles do you see to this? Well, there are some obstacles. I need to get Mary on board. You know, I'm going to have to go to my writing closet for, you know, a few days, or a writing retreat. What do you think about that? So you might bump back up into that exploration. What I want you to catch from this, there's a way to do this. Why does the process work? What's the magic? You stay with it. You just stay with it, and you realize as a coach, the due diligence is to honor the vision, the desire, the passion, with the nuts and the bolts of specificity.
That's good.
We're going to get real specific. By when, what, how will you know? And there may be an exploratory conversation around that. And sometimes your client's going to go, you know what, now that I took this sobering look at everything this is going to require, I don't think this is the time. Or I need to adjust the calendar. Is that a failure as a coach because you just didn't move him to his destiny? No. You helped him on the journey. There's clarity. Well, what else is it you're motivated for? I'm not. I don't want a coaching relationship right now. it's got to be okay with you as the coach. You're standing in for Jesus. Jesus is a gentleman. He's not going to force himself to say, this is now what you will do with your life. It's an invitation, not a demand. So
that's good.
We can end here, do the debriefing, do our wrap up. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Write a book. Yeah, and that's some great process, the way he came up with the time on all that. So, questions about the coaching funnel. We can entertain probably about 3 or 4 if you run to the front of the aisle. What Tony has done really well in this model is give you some things to think about at any point you're involved in a conversation with a person. You know, think about listening in a loving way. Go ahead and keep running to the front if you have 3 questions about the coaching funnel. And then behind that, form a line for takeaways. That's the way we're going to close out today. What's a key takeaway for you? Something that you've learned, something you're moved to. So we try to keep coming back to these one-liners, these phrases, things that can run through your mind in a conversation. As a speaker, prompt myself to share thoughts, feelings, and desires. Coaching funnel, 5 easy steps to memorize. Goal, exploration, options, decision, and action. And as you continue in training and you move from your first lesson on the putting green to playing at Muirfield Village, and you're competent to do so, there's lots of nuances of things that you do all along the way, and that's what you learn through training, that's what you learn through experience. So which do you have? Question on the coaching funnel or a takeaway?
On the coaching funnel.
All right. Yes, good. Stand in the line.
I've been coached to step up here, so
yeah,
wait.
Right.
I just want to know, I noticed they're in order, and it seems like it makes sense as an order, but I also noticed when you were speaking with Jim that you tended to kind of go back to some more goal stuff after you had already started to go down. So do you feel like it's just, as you're going, you kind of keep those things in mind as a foundation, and then as needed, you bounce around within that tunnel?
Fantastic observation, fantastic question. Yes. So some new to coaching are going to try to be really sequential. Can you do grief sequentially? Can you deny for a period and then get angry for a period and then bargain for a period and then no? You know, it bounces around. It's non-sequential. The question going through my mind is, where do I need to go next in the coaching funnel? What do I need to back down to? And I would sometimes go back to the goal or to a sharp question because I'm thinking, is that sharp enough yet? Does that meet the criteria for a SMART goal? Is that specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time specific, or not? Because a verbal client might take off on a tangent because they're excited about it. I've got to reel it back in and come back, and that's the reality. So what you have in mind is go wherever you need to go on this funnel to have a clear goal and action steps that your client has. What we say in coaching, if your client doesn't have a specific measurable goal and action steps that they're pursuing to accomplish that goal, you're not coaching. You're just having a conversation. It might take 3 or 4 sessions to get to the place because you're not sure what your purpose is, not sure what you want to accomplish, but we push coaches in training to get to that place within 3 or 4 sessions by being diligent. And when we evaluate coaches, we ask them to self-evaluate as well as doing by observation. Where are you strong? Well, I'm really strong in the exploratory part, but I feel like it's rude to push them to action. And others are like, I'm missing all the exploration and getting things out of their heart because I'm trying to get down the steps of things to do. So the competent coach and the thing to work toward is effectiveness in every step and the ability to flex. Pull another club out of the bag according to what shot you're facing, if we want to continue with the golf analogy. Any follow-up to that?
Do you feel like there was one part of this that you particularly had to kind of balance? And what does that look like? Because I think it's easy sometimes to see your weaknesses, but to kind of try to overcompensate almost until you even them out, or
Well, every client's different, and this is where temperament and gifting comes in. You know, Jim clearly is an apostolic teacher. And he got the microphone, and he's not only saying what it is, but he's reiterating and teaching and casting vision. Right? and so I'm thinking, I'm not necessarily frustrated with that. I'm just thinking, if we're going to get to the specificity of the goal, I'm going to have to somehow interrupt him and reel him in. You know, my coach who's coached me, I can talk forever about ideas, and it's just not a lot of fun to, oh, this is going to take time, this is going to take a lot of effort. But yeah, you flex to say, what do I need to do? Do I need to push this client to explore more because they're not saying enough about it? Or to touch their motivation? Or do we need to really push to get into the clear goal and the action steps, because it's very clear they're excited about it, they want to do it, but now let's see where the rubber meets the road and if they're willing to nail themselves down to a specific time and some measurability on accomplishing the goal. Good. Thank you. All right. And begin to combine your takeaways, because really up until just before 1 o'clock, that's rich. Takeaways, what you're taking away, what the Lord's speaking to you, what He's doing in you through this process today. And Jim, at that point, I'll ask you to take the microphone and close us. Mary Jo.
So it looked like Jim went to one thing really quickly, but you talk about coaching being a relationship, and so do you have people who are working on a life, or do you coach down to a single goal or objective? So that's one thing for him. Feels like for other people they'd be at, I got a life, and a book might be one thing, not on my life, but Jim's life. But there's all these other 20 things. So one thing might be to objectives at this point, and the other's still up here at the idea phase.
Yeah, good. You go where they want to go. And if you do well and you hold their heart and you facilitate well, my experience is they'll come back and identify other things. So there's a compelling reason they want to be coached, and it might be on a business goal, on discovering purpose, it might be on a life goal, and you focus on that. Ask, is there anything else? Because you don't just have, you don't have to have only one goal, and you're not limited to one goal. You could have multiple goals in areas of life. How much do you want to work on? 3, 5, 7 goals. People have them running across the board because you function in different domains, and people quickly get, this is good for every area of my life. I want to apply it that way. Does that answer? Okay, thank you.
I actually have a couple questions.
Okay.
Number one, when you're coaching, you take written bullet point notes so that you can revert back to that when you meet.
Can you say a little louder?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you take bullet point notes so that when you meet with them again, you've got an idea to work off of? Or as you're sitting down like you were with Jim, do you kind of bullet point so that, because you let him go on for quite a while before you interjected, are you putting down things so that you can remember?
Yes, I do. So if I'm on Skype, FaceTime, doing this remotely, or on the phone, that's very easy. They don't necessarily even have to know, but they can tell if you look away and you look at your notes, and I'll make a comment. I'm taking notes because I want to be careful to remember everything that you're telling me. In person, I like to introduce it to say, I do well if I keep notes. I want to tend to this. Is that okay with you?
Okay, second question. I manage an office of 17 people. How do you go from coaching to mentoring? Because typically when people come to me, there's an issue that I'm to solve. However, my mindset when I went in and I explained to them is to empower them to make their own decisions. I want them to come to me with at least 3 ideas on how to solve it, but at some point I have to go from a coach to a mentor to say, that sounds good in theory, but that won't work. We need to go this direction. How do you do that?
It's common for life coaches to put out their bio and the history of experience they have, and for clients to seek that coach because there's some resonance and there's understanding that they could learn from them about that. So that's an expectation to be mentored in a sense. But say Jim hired me for leadership coaching regarding his role as a pastor. And then he introduces, he wants to write a book. And I'll explore that with him, and then I'll say, hey, Jim, I don't know if you know or not, I've written a book. I just want you to know that. So you could ask me some questions about what I learned if you would like to. Now the ball's in his court. I know something about this. I can impart some mentoring information to you if you would like that. But another way, when you're managing in an office and you're doing coaching and mentoring, is the job's got to get done. It's got to get on a timeline. There's a contract of responsibilities. Coach when you can, mentor when you have to, but to your point of how do you make the switch, by being polite and saying, I'm coaching you, but I'm also finding welling up in me a desire to give you some information that you may not have that I do have from experience. How would you receive that right now? Or would that be okay with you if I would share that with you right now?
All right, thank you.
Is that helpful?
Very much so, thank you.
Okay. So after you impart that information and you tell the person what it is you know from your experience, you flip back to ask, what do you think about that? Is there relevance? Would you like to do something with that? You remain in this respectful posture that never indicates you're requiring. Tricky in business because you may also have to require. But informed consent, you tell them, I'm going to try to coach. I'll mentor and I'll require. I'll ask you permission to mentor, and I will pull rank and require as a boss when I have to. So share your takeaways with each other. We want to respect your time, the energy that you've given, and excellent participation, quality of comments and questions. Our contact information is on that handout sheet. We'll be at the table. There are a few resources available. And I can't think of any other housekeeping to say before Jim.
If someone wanted to continue on with the with this process, what would that look like for them?
Sign up online. There are teleclasses advertised. There are spots in the existing teleclasses until that closes off. It'll automatically close off online. Matt's set up out here. He can take some registrations for the teleclasses today. We're also going to have a sign-up sheet, or you can use the contact information to tell us you got closed out or the current times don't work, and we will create other sections of the teleclasses. And then there's also a handout available. If it's not there, it can be sent to you that shows you the schedule during the year. Next day-long event is Level 2, March 29th, followed by the next Saturday all day. These are all day. So this is a lot more practice for you. Opportunity to build your confidence in your skills. And sequentially, Zion will continue to roll out registration one event at a time and going down through the sequence.
If they haven't read the book yet, when should they have the book read by?
Yeah, early this week. There's some teleclasses beginning the 8th, and early this week you'll receive your reading assignment. And that'll show you what you need to do. So it's not the entire book in sequence. There are specific chapters. We jump around a little bit according to what we're covering. But early this week, you'll receive your reading assignment. And contact from your trainer or the program administrator regarding a conference call-in number and how to access that. We're recording those, so those recordings can be sent to you to reflect on, or if in an emergency you have to miss a class. Anything else? Okay.
All right. Did you guys enjoy that? Wasn't that good? So if you're interested in continuing, you can sign up online or sign up on the hallway, and then there'll be 4-hour-long teleclasses, one a week, and where you will be practicing these skills while being monitored by a coach and receiving feedback to really help you grow in the skills. And so what I really appreciate about this is it's a process not just of human skills and cleverness, but with the Holy Spirit and, I mean, just the posture of your heart to minister to people, just to value them, just to dial down back your own bad self, and you're the good. So Lord, we just bless what's happened here today, and I pray that you would speak to people's hearts if this is something they're to continue on or if it's for another season, and that we would all just take that heart of a coach towards people, and we just love you. Hey guys, why don't you just practice? Hold on, yep. Oh, okay. That was awesome. I thought, man, he's down there. He's calling down heaven or something there. He's flagging the Holy Spirit over there. Hey, why don't you practice having a coaching conversation with someone at church tomorrow? Maybe with an opening question of, hey, what was the highlight of your week? Hey, what'd you learn this week? Or what, just make up your own question, just an open question, and then just listen and just practice with that. You don't have to say, hey, I'm about to coach you down this funnel, but just, Josh has got something?
Just real quick, we did live stream this, as Jeff had mentioned earlier. So if you guys are sitting here and you're thinking of friends, family members, other people in the church that couldn't make it, we are going to make it available online, so they can watch this session online, and then we're going to have some, Jeff's going to come up with a sheet to where they're actually staying engaged. We're using the honor system, where they sign off that they did watch it, and just kind of interacted with the video and answered some questions about it, and then we're going to kind of just go over it. You will get credit for attending this event because, like we've mentioned before, if you don't come to this, you can't continue on in the process. So we just wanted to make this one available. We had a lot of people that couldn't make it. So if you're sitting here thinking of people, just have them email. They can email me or they can email Matt, both Josh at Zion Equip or Matt at Zion Equip, and just we can send you that link and start that process. So
bless you guys. Sign-ups in the hallway and online.